Chapter 288. The entire Windao mountain range fell into a dead silence. The only thing that remained was the shock waves of the spiritual energy. It was like a storm that would not die down for a long time. Jun Xiaoyao's punch was so powerful that it shocked everyone. Who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao's punch could be augmented by 6 different martial arts techniques? If that were to happen, Jun Xiaoyao's punch would have brought about 7 types of powerful martial arts to bear at the same time. Who could withstand that? On the other side, Princess Longji's silhouette was already buried in a collapsed mountain. Based on what happened before, Princess Longji must still be alive. However, she must be in a bad state. Your Highness! The 4 dragon generals protecting Princess Longji were shocked. They wanted to investigate, but were stopped by the Jun family's elder. The battle is not over yet. Has Zulong already admitted defeat? Hearing this, the 4 dragon generals' faces darkened. They did not intervene. As for Shaoqin, he was completely stunned. He had yet to recover from the shock. Before, he placed his only hope of revenge on Princess Longji. But now, Princess Longji was beaten like a dog by Jun Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Is he really undefeatable? Shaoqin mumbled. He was completely dejected. The entire place fell silent. Looks like it's over. I can't believe the Jun family's son of God is so powerful. Yeah, that punch made even me, a cultivator of the divine fire realm, shiver. Zulong is going to be humiliated. Even the ancient freak can't defeat the Jun family's son of God. What do they have to compete with the Jun family? That's not it. Isn't there still Long Outyin in isolation? No matter how strong Long Outyin is, he's probably on par with Princess Longji. Can he be stronger than Princess Longji? Whispers and discussions were heard all around. The people of Zulong, on the other hand, looked like they had lost their parents. The young people of the Jun family were extremely excited. They couldn't help but cheer. However, Jun Lingsong and the other sequences did not look too happy. An ancient freak. It's not that simple, Jun Lingsong murmured. He had fought Princess Longji before, so he was the most qualified person to say that. As expected, just as everyone thought that the outcome was set in stone. Suddenly, a dragon aura erupted from the collapsed mountain. Rubble flew through the air, and dust flew in all directions. A figure rose into the air. It was Princess Longji. The soft armor on her body was shattered, and even her palace dress was damaged in many places, revealing her blood-stained skin. Her snow-white, jade-like skin contrasted with the fresh blood, which was especially glaring. Princess Longji's hair was messy, even stained with dust. Her snow-white chin was also stained with blood, and she looked extremely miserable. Everyone was silent as they looked at Princess Longji. Who would associate this pathetic beauty with the mysterious and noble Princess Longji? Jun Xiaoyao's punch had completely knocked Princess Longji off her pedestal. When a fairy fell into the mortal world, she was no longer a fairy. Jun Xiaoyao. Princess Longji's body was trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with unprecedented anger. What happened today would be a stain on her life, one that could never be erased. Jun Xiaoyao would also become her inner demon, an obstacle on her path to enlightenment. Not bad. This is what a loach should look like. Loaches should stay in the ground. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold and arrogant. He was still aloof, untainted by dust. As for Princess Longji, she had already been knocked down to the ground. What descendant of the ancient emperor? What ancient freak? All the legends about Princess Longji had been destroyed. Jun Xiaoyao had undoubtedly let everyone know. There was no such thing as an undefeatable opponent. The only fear was that one would cower and surrender first. At this moment, the surrounding prodigies all felt their state of mind improve. It was as if a huge rock in their hearts had been removed. And Jun Xiaoyao was the one who removed this rock. Some of the prodigies even looked at Jun Xiaoyao with gratitude and admiration. This was the true face of a prodigy of the human race. Jun Xiaoyao, do you think I've lost? No, I haven't lost. Princess Longji's hair swayed in the wind, dust flying everywhere. Her emotions were unstable. Is she crazy? Jun Xiaoyao cocked his head. He did not intend to drive Princess Longji crazy. After all, she still had value. She might be a bargaining chip against Long Outyin in the future, just like how he had used Wu Mingyue to defeat Shaoqin. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, Azure Dragon Rebirth Mantra. Princess Longji used the Dragon Emperor's supreme technique again. Azure dragons circled around her, and a vigorous aura of life appeared. Princess Longji's wounded body started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her aura also started to recover. That works. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. How many trump cards did Princess Longji have that she had yet to use? What's the point? Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao did not give Princess Longji any chance. He attacked immediately. But then Princess Longji suddenly asked Jun Xiaoyao a question. Do you know what my immortal seed is? Jun Xiaoyao looked confused. Now I will tell you. Princess Longji's spiritual power surged. In her dantian, a spot of light seemed to appear. It was a pale green scale like a dragon's with a greenish-gold metallic luster. With the appearance of this scale, Princess Longji's aura surged. Countless azure dragons appeared in the air around her. Princess Longji's immortal seed is a scale? The spectating cultivators also saw the dragon scale in Princess Longji's body. No, that's not right. Could that be a reverse scale? An elder from a large sect exclaimed, his eyes wide. Dragons had reverse scales. Touching them would anger them. The reverse scale was the most precious essence of the dragon tribe. Your immortal seed, could it be? Jun Xiaoyao understood. That's right. My immortal seed is the reverse scale of the Emperor of the Ancients. As soon as Princess Longji finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose up. The air seemed to split open. Vaguely, a pale green dragon appeared, going against the flow of time. The terrifying aura of the Emperor of the Ancients spread. Everyone's expression changed, their hearts pounding. Could that be the ancient Emperor of the Azure Dragon? Some of the older cultivators gasped. Not to mention them, even the sages felt their hearts palpitating in fear under this might. As for Zulong, they all went down on one knee and roared, as if welcoming the arrival of their king. Princess Longji used the reverse scale of the Emperor of the Ancients as her immortal seed to summon a wisp of the ancient Emperor of the Azure Dragon's aura. The terrifying pressure and deterrent force was not much weaker than the might of Jun Xiaoyao's imperial weapon from before. How should Jun Xiaoyao deal with this? Chapter 289. No one would have guessed that this was Princess Longji's true trump card. The ancient emperor's reverse scale. The ancient emperor of the Archean royalty was comparable to the great emperors of the human race. The ancient emperor's reverse scale was extremely rare and precious. It was branded with the ancient emperor's runes, supernatural powers, and law fragments. No one would have guessed that Princess Longji would use the ancient emperor's reverse scale as a celestial seed for the unification of Tao. Now, everyone understood why Princess Longji had been so ambitious and had even said that she wanted to dominate the imperial road. With such a terrifying background, if Princess Longji was given enough time, she could very well achieve what she said she would do. Even the residents of Zulong were dumbfounded, let alone the outsiders. They didn't know that Princess Longji had such a trump card. Only the 4 dragon generals who followed Princess Longji smiled. This brat from the Jun family doesn't know the price of angering Her Highness, the Tsang dragon general sneered. Yeah, since Her Highness has taken out the ancient emperor's reverse scale, the battle should be over. The red dragon general smiled as well. Jun Xiaoyao was now the one who was in danger. The ancient emperor of the Tsang dragon was too terrifying. Even a wisp of its aura was enough to crush the void and make people's souls tremble. The son of God of the June family is in danger now. Who knew that Princess Longji had such a trump card? Yeah, Princess Longji hid it too well. Unless the son of God of the June family uses the Pan Huang sword, he won't be able to resist the ancient emperor of the Tsang dragon's aura. If he uses the Pan Huang sword, won't he be breaking his promise? Sai, the son of God of the June family, is too arrogant. He got himself into trouble. Someone sighed. The smiles on the faces of the June family members had disappeared, and their expressions became tense. Many of the people present were worried for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao himself, on the other hand, looked calmer than everyone else. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he studied the ancient emperor of the Tsang dragon. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly smiled. Jun Xiaoyao, are you trying to cover up the fear in your heart with a smile? Princess Longji regained her composure from before. Since she had used this trump card, she was naturally confident that she could deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Unless Jun Xiaoyao used his monarch weapon, the coiling emperor sword, to deal with her would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. This son of God is thinking that you are finally qualified to be my mount. Otherwise, with your previous talent and strength, you are only fit to be food. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao's words came out, everyone quieted down. Many people's brains short-circuited. For a moment, they didn't understand what Jun Xiaoyao was saying. Using Princess Longji as a mount, only fit to become food? If it wasn't Jun Xiaoyao who said it, the others would have ridiculed him mercilessly. However, these words were said by Jun Xiaoyao, so no one dared to mock or ridicule him. At most, they would think that Jun Xiaoyao was being arrogant. What, you want to ride me? Princess Longji's brain short-circuited. Whether it was in her era or now, she had always been high and mighty. No one had ever dared to offend her like this. Now, Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted to use her as a mount and ride her. That's right. A female loach like you is only fit to be ridden by me, Jun Xiaoyao replied coolly. Hearing this, the crowd felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Is this riding a mount when there's something to do, and riding a mount when there's nothing to do? A cultivator asked, his expression strange. No, it should be riding a mount when there's something to do, Princess Longji. It's fine, I'll ride Princess Longji, another male cultivator said meaningfully. But no matter what, Princess Longji's dignity had been completely destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao. You're asking for it. Princess Longji was completely enraged. She unleashed the power of the ancient emperor's reverse-scale immortal seed to the maximum. The wisp of ancient emperor's aura turned into a terrifying dragon shadow. The dragon's body stretched for tens of thousands of feet, filling the sky and suppressing Jun Xiaoyao. Even a divine fire realm expert would find it difficult to withstand such a powerful move. His body would probably explode. Is this the true strength of an ancient freak? Many cultivators trembled in fear. Many people thought that Jun Xiaoyao would take out the Pan Huang sword next, but he didn't. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air and stomped down with one foot. The power of the sacred body of the ancients burst forth. His qi and blood filled the sky. 10,000 sacred shadows appeared in the air around him. It was the sacred body of the ancients' vision, the reverence of 10,000 saints. The power of the saint body vision was unparalleled. But now, facing Princess Longji's trump card, the crowd still didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would win. Although the sacred body vision is strong, it won't be able to withstand Princess Longji's move. A cultivator sighed. Jun Xiaoyao, you're too naive. Do you think you can block my trump card with just the sacred body vision? Princess Longji sneered. Her beautiful face was cold. Who told you that the Son of God only has one vision? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. The surging divine power of the sacred body of the ancients was pushed to the extreme. Vaguely, in the sky behind Jun Xiaoyao, a majestic shadow of an immortal god seemed to appear. The shadow filled the sky and the galaxy. Like the king of immortals, it emitted a terrifying power that made all living beings worship it. It was the second vision of the sacred body of the ancients that Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended. The immortal king descends to the ninth heaven. Whoosh! As the second vision of the sacred body was conjured, the aura of heaven and earth boiled. The clouds collapsed and the sky trembled. It's the immortal king descends to the ninth heaven. It's the strongest vision of the sacred body of the ancients. The son of God of the Jun family can actually conjure it. Yeah, the sacred body of the ancients became useless in the late ancient era. The son of God of the Jun family was able to awaken one vision. It's already very rare, but now he's awakened a second one. Everyone was shocked. They felt that it was unbelievable and their scalps were numb. Jun Xiaoyao had conjured a second vision. What did that mean? It meant that Jun Xiaoyao might have broken through more than one shackle of the sacred body. This was what made everyone fearful. A sacred body that had broken through the shackles was terrifying. If it was completed, it could become a terrifying existence that could kill great emperors and defeat ancient emperors. Everyone was overwhelmed. They could not believe their eyes. The people of the Jun family were also excited. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Jun Xiaoyao could always bring surprises and miracles in times of crisis and turn the tide. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao conjured two visions of the sacred body at the same time. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, the immortal king's shadow descended to the ninth heaven. Around him, thousands of sacred shadows bowed and worshipped. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a supreme immortal king that was respected by the heavens and earth. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao once again activated the energy center in his body and the power of the origin of God. A wisp of the universe's origin energy spread out and supported Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body vision. Suddenly, chaos filled the air and heaven and earth turned upside down. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning of the universe's primordial era. The power of the origin of the universe and the two sacred body apparitions pressed towards Princess Longji. At that moment, the confidence on Princess Longji's face was completely crushed and turned into a look of horror. Chapter 290. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too powerful. It was as if he was the creator of the universe, creating and destroying life with a single thought. The most surprising thing was that Jun Xiaoyao's aura seemed to have transcended this world. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have transcended the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His aura was ethereal and unfathomable. Could it be? Xiaoyao. Jun Zhantian and the rest felt Jun Xiaoyao's aura. Their old eyes froze. He thought of a possibility. This possibility made Jun Zhantian's scalp tingle. Carve out your own path. This was the only way to transcend the heavens and earth. Since ancient times, countless talents had fallen on this path. And now, Jun Zhantian vaguely felt that his grandson had taken this path that no one had taken before. Some of the important figures present also had a vague feeling, but they couldn't be sure. As for the ordinary prodigies, they could only feel that Jun Xiaoyao's aura had become even more ethereal and transcendent. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao and Princess Longji's final attack collided violently. For a moment, the heavens and earth fell into an eerie silence. Only the azure dragon's shadow was entangled with the immortal king's shadow and the 10,000 saints' shadow. They collided and destroyed each other. This eerie silence lasted for a few short breaths. After a few breaths, a deafening sound spread out. The dermic power that burst forth almost razed the entire Tao-seeking mountain range to the ground. All sorts of mountains and historical sites were destroyed and turned into dust. And in this collision that was like a nuclear explosion, a figure spat out blood and flew out. Then she landed heavily on the ground. It was Princess Longji, and Jun Xiaoyao was like an immortal king stepping on the 9 heavens. He stomped on Princess Longji's breasts, causing her to spit out another mouthful of blood. Silence, a deathly silence. Princess Longji's hair was disheveled. She lay on the ground, spitting out blood. Her snow-white skin was stained with dust and blood. Jun Xiaoyao had one foot on Princess Longji's chest. His expression was calm and indifferent. Princess Longji had finally lost. Not only had he lost in such a miserable manner. Nobody would have thought that the high and mighty Princess Longji, who made countless heaven's favorites bow down to her, would be in such a sorry state, being stepped on by Jun Xiaoyao. That was the descendant of the ancient emperor, the princess of the dragon clan. At this moment, many young geniuses' worldviews were refreshed, who said that the ancient freaks were invincible. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had undoubtedly torn apart the mysterious and noble veil of the ancient freaks. Ancient freaks were not gods. They could also be defeated in a sorry state, and when they were injured, they could also vomit blood. Jun Xiaoyao, you! Princess Longji fell to the ground, her face full of shame and anger as she struggled. She felt as if a primordial divine elephant was stepping on her body. If not for the fact that she was from the dragon clan and had an unparalleled physical body, she would definitely have been stomped into minced meat. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao's foot was coincidentally stepping on her breasts. This made Princess Longji extremely angry, and she felt extremely humiliated. I told you, you are only fit to be ridden by me. Now, I'll let you get used to it. Jun Xiaoyao softly smiled. He was born with peerless handsomeness to begin with, and this smile gave people a feeling of pleasing to the eye even more. Sadly, to Princess Longji, this was the smile of a devil. Book 202, looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who had no mercy on Princess Longji. Many heaven's favorites were full of admiration and jealousy. Since the beginning of time, many heaven's favorites were only fit to kneel under Princess Longji's skirt. Now, that peerless beauty was being trampled under Jun Xiaoyao's feet. The scene of a goddess being humiliated, defiled, and knocked off her pedestal made everyone sigh. But at the same time they felt exhilarated. Who told you to be high and mighty? Who told you to look down on all men? However, Jun Xiaoyao ended up stepping all over him, making him look as pathetic as a dog. Some so-called goddesses just needed to be taught a lesson. Slap her twice, and she'll realize what kind of trash she is. Get out of my way, Jun Xiaoyao. Princess Longji bit her lip so hard that it bled. She was both embarrassed and furious. Are you still dreaming? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head, speechless. With a boom, he used his godly power to stomp Princess Longji into the pit. Princess Longji spat out blood again. She was extremely humiliated. How dare you? The 4 dragon generals naturally could not just watch their princess be humiliated. Their auras burst forth, and the terrifying auras of 4 saint lords spread out, pressing down on Jun Xiaoyao. The 4 holy lords' chi expanded at the same time. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. Just then, a high-pitched sound of a zither arose. In the void, many zither sound blades pierced through the air, landing on the 4 dragon generals. The 4 dragon generals' expressions changed. They raised their hands to block, but were pushed back at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock. A peerlessly beautiful figure appeared from the depths of the void. She wore a loose and plain gray robe. It covered her impressive figure, but it could not hide her beauty. She sat cross-legged in the depths of the void, with the Jiaowei zither before her knees. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Half of her beautiful face was covered by her hair. Only a small part of her crystal, clear face could be seen. A pair of deep, beautiful eyes with a touch of vicissitudes. It was as if chaos had reopened in her eyes, and the terrifying scene of the sun being destroyed and the stars sinking appeared. It was Jun Xiaoyao's protector, Audiobook. It's her, the white-robed king of God's follower, one of the king of God's 8. Now, She's the protector of the Jun families, son of God. Someone exclaimed. Ajio's identity was now known. After all, Ajio had previously slaughtered the third prince in front of divine Lord Panwu in the Jin dynasty's imperial capital. How dare you threaten the young master? Do you have a death wish? Ajio was usually hidden in the shadows. She was extremely quiet, rarely speaking or showing her face. But now, because Jun Xiaoyao was slightly pressured, she revealed herself and scolded him like this. She was extremely protective of her own people. The 4 dragon generals' expressions changed. They felt a sense of danger from Ajio. They also thought that no matter how crazy Jun Xiaoyao was, he would not kill Princess Longji on the spot. At this thought, the 4 dragon generals fell silent, seeing Ajio alone make the 4 divine lord-level dragon generals afraid to act rashly. Everyone present was speechless. As expected of the white-robed king of gods, Jun Wuhui's follower, her strength and boldness were extraordinary. Over at the Jun family's side, Jun Lingsong could only smile bitterly as he watched the scene unfold. When he had been severely injured by Princess Longji's sword, Ajio had not shown herself, nor had she said a word of concern. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was only slightly pressured. Ajio could not help but stand up for him. The contrast was too stark. In Ajio's heart, Jun Xiaoyao's safety was the most important thing. Ajio did not care about anything else. Forget it. Cousin Xiaoyao, don't let Ajio down. Jun Lingsong sighed inwardly. Chapter 291. There was no doubt about the outcome of the battle. If Jun Xiaoyao had not appeared in time, Princess Longji would have stepped on Jun Lingsong to rise to the top. The Jun family's reputation would also be damaged. However, Jun Xiaoyao's performance at the moment left everyone speechless. His performance had exceeded everyone's expectations. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao was growing fast, but they did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to become so strong in such a short time. He had even surpassed the ancient freak. After this, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation would probably reach its peak. His invincibility among the younger generation would probably continue to be maintained. Jun Xiaoyao, what exactly is your immortal seed? Princess Longji, who was being stepped on by Jun Xiaoyao, was extremely indignant, but she could not help but ask curiously. Her immortal seed was the ancient emperor's reverse scale. It was already of an extremely high level. It was even more powerful than the average supreme immortal seed. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was still suppressing her. Aside from the 2 saint physiques, the power that Jun Xiaoyao vaguely displayed also made Princess Longji feel a little shocked. Jun Xiaoyao smiled but did not speak. Although he would not deliberately hide his origin of God, he would not deliberately hide it, but he would not deliberately publicize it. You don't need to know too much. You just need to know that you, Princess Longji, are only fit to submit to me, Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Princess Longji's beautiful face turn red. She was angry and helpless. A dark glint flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes when he saw that. He wanted to make a deep cut in Princess Longji's heart. This descendant of the ancient emperor of Zulong still had a lot of value to him. Jun Xiaoyao did not plan to kill or cripple Princess Longji. It was not kindness. He wanted to use her to deal with another person, Long Outyin, as a transmigrator himself. Jun Xiaoyao naturally knew what the name Long Outyin meant. It represented crazy, cool, and awesome. The first generation of the taboo of Zulong, who had yet to come out of his seclusion, was probably a protagonist who was more powerful than Xiao Qin and Yang Pan. He was the child of fortune. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that Long Outyin was definitely an overbearing genius with an overflowing aura, an overflowing luck, and a dazzling halo. To deal with such an enemy, one had to plan ahead. It was not that Jun Xiaoyao was afraid of Long Outyin. In terms of pure strength, Jun Xiaoyao was confident that he could still crush Long Outyin. However, In his eyes, Long Outyen was even more valuable than Xiao Qin and Yang Pan. Jun Xiaoyao was going to harvest them well. Princess Longji, on the other hand, was a useful pawn. It was just like how he had used Wu Mingyue to deal with Xiao Qin before, which had the effect of killing someone. Perhaps even Long Outyen did not expect that he would fall into Jun Xiaoyao's scheme before he even came out of seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao was a sly old fox. You want to destroy my Taoist heart? It's not that easy. Princess Longji gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with stubbornness. One had to admit that, as an ancient freak, her temperament was not something that ordinary geniuses could compare to. For example, the Ji family's little saint, Ji Xian, had his Taoist heart destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao. Now he was completely useless. As for ancient freaks, all of them had gone through the test of their temperament. They would not break down so easily. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. He had plenty of ways to train Princess Longji. Sorry, I, the son of God, am not interested in a Mount's Taoist heart. Remember, the person who defeated you is Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm. He kicked Princess Longji away, not bothering to humiliate her. Princess Longji stared at Jun Xiaoyao as if trying to carve his appearance into her bones. For better or for worse, Jun Xiaoyao was the only man who had left a deep impression on Princess Longji. With an impression, there would be a loophole. There would be a chance to manipulate Princess Longji. 113 Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. Why did he feel like he was a scumbag who tricked a woman? Jun Xiaoyao, this is not over. Princess Longji's face turned pale. Other than a few harsh words, there was nothing else she could do. Princess Longji's reputation had been completely destroyed. Even Zulong had made a fool of himself. The more Princess Longji thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Chen, whose face was as pale as a sheet. It was all Xiao Chen's fault. If it weren't for his so-called conditions, Princess Longji might not have met Jun Xiaoyao so quickly. Jun Xiaoyao had seen Xiao Chen long ago. He hadn't been able to do anything before, but now he could take care of him once and for all. Xiao Chen, I, the son of God, have been merciful to you. I let you live for so long. Now you can die in peace. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't leave an enemy who had no value to him alive. He casually slapped out. His mana surged. It was as if a corner of the sky had collapsed. It pressed down and enveloped Xiao Chen. No, I won't accept this. Xiao Chen's face was twisted as he roared. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but that he couldn't. He could escape now, but he couldn't escape forever. His only hope was that Princess Longji could defeat Jun Xiaoyao or even kill him. But now, the cruel reality was right in front of him. His last pillar of support had completely collapsed. Xiao Qin felt that death was imminent as he sensed the unparalleled magical power coming at him. He suddenly saw Wu Mingyue in the distance. A last glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Mingyue, Mingyue, save me. It's all my fault. I hurt you like that. Please save me. Xiao Chen cried out for the last time, although he and Wu Mingyue had broken up. But at the end of the day, there were still some beautiful memories. But Wu Mingyue's face turned pale when she heard that. Xiao Qin still didn't forget to drag her down with him even in death? What would her master, Jun Xiaoyao, think if he heard that? Would he hold a grudge against him? Wu Mingyue's face was unprecedentedly cold. She stared at Xiao Chen with disgust. A clown like you should just die as soon as possible. To prevent Jun Xiaoyao from misunderstanding, Wu Mingyue said coldly, cutting off all ties with Xiao Chen. You, hearing the woman he once loved say something so heartless, Xiao Chen fell into despair. There was a loud bang. Xiao Chen's vision turned black. He fell into endless darkness. Xiao Chen was dead. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was smashed into meat paste, Jun Xiaoyao looked away indifferently. To him, this was no different from swatting a fly. Princess Longji didn't stop him. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't kill Shao Qin, she would have done it herself. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. Princess Longji's face turned pale. She flashed back to the Dragon Palace. She didn't want to stay here any longer. She couldn't accept the strange looks she was getting. Her firm mind didn't mean she didn't have emotions. She could feel shame and anger. The 4 dragon generals looked coldly at Jun Xiaoyao and followed her. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Chapter 292. The battle at the Dao-seeking mountain had finally come to an end. Princess Longji and the others left in the Dragon Palace without any hesitation. As for the far ancient royal family forces, such as the lair of Zulong, their faces were filled with resentment. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have imagined that Princess Longji would lose so miserably. Zulong and the other Heaven Valley royals didn't stay either. They left dejectedly. At the same time, the people from the Fallen God Palace also had dark expressions. The fallen son of God had died because of Jun Xiaoyao. They had come here to watch Jun Xiaoyao be humiliated. In the end, they saw Jun Xiaoyao's power. With such terrifying power, it was no wonder that the fallen son of God had died. He deserved to die. In addition, the elders and disciples of the Ji family and Yi family of the clan of the ancients also had dark expressions. Although they didn't have much enmity with the Jun family, they were still competitors. With Jun Xiaoyao, the prodigies under them wouldn't be able to take advantage of any opportunities in the future, including the opening of the Emperor Road. Jun Xiaoyao alone was enough to make the other prodigies of the Great Era pale in comparison. The Wang family of the northern region also had a dark expression. He's so strong, but it's okay. My brother won't be weaker than him, Wang Gang muttered to himself with a tense expression. His brother Wang Tung had the aura of a great emperor and was known as the young emperor. Although Jun Xiaoyao's performance had shocked Wang Gang, he still believed in his brother. Other than the Archean royalty, the surrounding forces didn't disperse for the time being. They were still immersed in Jun Xiaoyao's domineering aura from before. On the Panwu Jin dynasty's side, a general's expression changed. He approached Wu Mingyue and said, "Your Highness, the Pan Huang sword." Clearly, the general wanted Wu Mingyue to speak up and see if he could get the Pan Huang sword back. After all, it was the emperor weapon of the Panwu Jin dynasty. As for Wu Mingyue, she was close to Jun Xiaoyao when they were in the Holy Spirit College in the Holy Spirit City. They thought that Wu Mingyue and Jun Xiaoyao might have already buried the hatchet. In fact, no one knew that the real relationship between Wu Mingyue and Jun Xiaoyao was that of a master and a slave. Although Jun Xiaoyao had already removed the slave seal on Wu Mingyue was still a servant girl. You don't have to say any more. This princess will not say anything. If it were you, how could you easily give away the imperial armament that you've obtained? Wu Mingyue's words left the general speechless. Indeed, although the Pan Huang sword belonged to the Pan Wu Jin dynasty in name, the Pan Huang sword still belonged to the Pan Wu dynasty. But now, the one who had obtained Pan Huang's sword was Jun Xiaoyao. Trying to get Jun Xiaoyao to hand over the Pan Huang sword with just one sentence? That was too naive. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed this from the corner of his eye. His eyes flashed slightly as he turned to Jun Zhantian and the other clan elders and said, "Grandfather, clan elders, Xiaoyao will hand over this Pan Huang sword to the clan first." After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao took out the Pan Huang sword and handed it to Jun Zhantian. Many of the Jun family's elders were stunned. If Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything, naturally, no one would force him to hand over the imperial armament. However, Jun Xiaoyao took the initiative to hand it over. Jun Zhantian's old eyes also flashed. He understood Jun Xiaoyao's intention. Clearly, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to hand over the imperial armament in front of everyone. Firstly, it was to get rid of trouble. After all, no one would run around with an imperial armament every day. This feeling was like a person running around with a mountain of gold on his back. Due to Jun Xiaoyao's identity, no one dared to casually snatch it away. However, One was not afraid of thieves stealing it, but they were afraid of thieves thinking about it. No one could guarantee that some crazy experts would stake everything on a single throw to snatch the Imperial armament. Even with Audio's protection, it was impossible to guarantee one's safety. Secondly, it was to block the mouth of the Panwu Jin dynasty. Read the book. Jun Xiaoyao handed the Imperial armament to the Jun family. The Panwu Jin dynasty could only fight against the Jun family. With the Jun family's foundation, it was obviously impossible for them to be afraid of the Panwu Jin dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao completely got rid of the trouble by doing this. Moreover, if he kept using the Imperial armament, it would not be good for Jun Xiaoyao's strength to improve. No matter how strong the Imperial armament was, it was only an external object. Jun Xiaoyao still had to rely on his own powers to do so. All right, Xiaoyao, the family will temporarily keep this Imperial armament for you. Jun Zhantian took the Pan Huang sword. The group of elders also smiled like chrysanthemums. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao bring honor to the Jun family, but he also brought such a rare and precious Imperial armament. Of course, this Pan Huang sword still belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. It was just that the Jun family temporarily kept it for him. Let's see who dares to say that Xiaoyao has not contributed to the family now. Jun Zhantian snorted, extremely proud of his grandson. Jun Daolin, Jun Xiu, and the other sequences lowered their heads in embarrassment. Previously, they were a little dissatisfied that Jun Xiaoyao had received all kinds of resources from the Jun family. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao had not contributed much to the family. But now, not only did he help the Jun family gain prestige, but he also brought the Jun family a rare Imperial armament. This was something that none of the sequences of the Jun family could do. For a moment, the few prodigies of the Jun family who were dissatisfied with Jun Xiaoyao lowered their heads in shame. On the side of the Pan Wu Jin dynasty, the generals saw that Jun Xiaoyao had handed the Imperial armament to the Jun family. Their faces were extremely ugly and helpless. If Jun Xiaoyao had the Imperial armament, they might have been able to persuade him. But now, who would dare to go to the Jun family to ask for the sword? Haha, the Holy Sun is indeed powerful. Today was an eye-opener. On the side of the Holy Spirit College, the first elder laughed and said, he really felt that the decision of the dean and the others was extremely wise. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was still the holy son of the Holy Spirit College. He was also related to the Holy Spirit College. With Jun Xiaoyao, a future supreme powerhouse, the Holy Spirit College could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Hua, Shiqing's beautiful eyes, were also filled with rich splendor. Today's battle made her admire Jun Xiaoyao even more. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He also understood how important he was to the Holy Spirit College now. All right, everyone, we've had enough fun. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao looked around. He knew that many of the forces were deliberately there to make fun of the Jun family. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. As long as he was strong enough, he could intimidate all of them. Haha, the might of the Son of God is amazing. Yeah, I guess the Son of God will be the leader of the younger generation in the mystic realm in the future. The elders and cultivators of the surrounding forces all cupped their hands and spoke with flattery. Today's battle would obviously cause a big stir in the Huangtian mystic realm. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also returned to the Jun family. Jiang Xingyi and the other members of the Jiang family also went with them. After all, the Jiang family was proud of Jun Xiaoyao's display of invincible power. The other forces also dispersed. However, in just a few days, the battle at the Dao-seeking mountain caused a huge stir in the entire Huangtian mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to have refreshed everyone's understanding of him. A genius of the current generation defeated an ancient freak. In the past, it was almost impossible, but now it appeared in front of them alive. As expected, all kinds of geniuses and outliers have appeared when the era of great battles begins. The son of God of the Jun family is probably the biggest outlier. After all, his aura feels like it has jumped out of the three realms and not in the five elements. Zulong and the other Archean royalty have lost face. I wonder how they will deal with it. Don't forget, Zulong still has a forbidden first generation who has yet to come out of seclusion. Chapter 293. Zulong's forbidden first generation, Long Outyen, was very famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, he had been in seclusion for a long time, so no one knew how powerful he was. The news of what happened at the Tao-seeking mountain had reached the ears of the big shots in Zulong. Rumble. The entire Zulong was shaking. The big shots were furious. Princess Longji's embarrassing defeat was a huge blow to Zulong's reputation. That brat from the Jun family has gone too far. A supreme Zulong said coldly, I, Zulong, have lost to a brat from the Jun family one after another. Even the ancient divine mountain in the lower worlds was flattened by him. Another big shot said coldly, Is there no one who can stop him? How is Long Outyen doing? He's doing well. He has already integrated 6 dragon essences. He should be able to come out of seclusion after integrating the 7th. Very good. It seems that he will be able to make it in time for the opening of the immortal ancient world. Maybe we can ask Long Outyen to kill that brat in the immortal ancient world. That's right. Also, we have to keep a trump card, such as cooperating with the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. You mean the legendary dragon phoenix body that is impossible to be born? Many people in Zulong were communicating with each other through telepathy. The dragon phoenix body was a body that only existed in legends. It was a terrifying body that combined the blood of the ancestral dragon and the true dragon. If such a body was born, it would be an existence that dominated an entire era. Obviously, in order to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, Zulong had made up his mind to cultivate someone with the dragon phoenix body. By the way, is the plan ready to start? You mean the plan to kill the king? That's right. There's no rush. We need to be fully prepared. A supreme Zulong said seriously. The plan to kill the king, as the name suggested, was a plan to kill the Jun family. If the plan was carried out, it would be the beginning of the War of the Immortals. Countless forces would be involved. Even the lair of Zulong would not dare to launch the king-slaying plan without full preparation. The Jun family won't be proud for long. A Zulong bigwig snorted coldly. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao and the others had also returned to the Jun residence. Jun Xiaoyao had just arrived at the Jun family's mountain gate when he realized that there was a huge crowd of people everywhere. They were all members of the Jun family who had come to welcome Jun Xiaoyao. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation in the Jun family had reached its peak. Even if Jun Xiaoyao were to become the head of the Jun family in the future, no one would object. Welcome, Lord Son of God. Thousands of members of the Jun family present cupped their hands towards Jun Xiaoyao. His respectful and fanatical attitude left Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and the other sequences speechless. Their status was also very high. As the top 3 in the family, they were respected by the Jun family wherever they went. However, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, their reputations were nothing at all. Sigh, there's no need to compete anymore. Jun Wushuang smiled bitterly. His original goal was to surpass Jun Lingsang. However, Jun Xiaoyao's performance had made him unable to even think about challenging him. I'm impressed. This tender and delicious little guy is too much of a monster. Jun Mulan curled her lips, feeling a little helpless. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival had caused the Jun family to be in an uproar. Jun Xiaoyao's deeds of subduing the ancient freak, trampling on Princess Longji, and obtaining the Pan-Emperor's weapon had made him the idol of the young people of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao himself preferred peace and quiet. After a short reception, he returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Some of the elders of the Jun family had decided to hold a 3-day banquet to celebrate Jun Xiaoyao's victory. It could be said that the Jun family was celebrating. After returning to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao could finally have some peace and quiet. His mother, Jiang Ro, showed up and asked about Jun Xiaoyao's well-being. Xiaoyao, you've been in the lower worlds for so long. I was worried sick, Jiang Ro said. Mother, don't you know what I can do? What's there to worry about? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Yes, Mother, Luoli has been protecting Brother Xiaoyao. How could anything happen to him? The little girl, Jiang Luoli, also followed along. She patted her little chest with her jade-like hands and said proudly. Jiang Ro chuckled. Her eyes were full of love. Jiang Luoli, this adorable girl, was really good at pleasing her. What's your name? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Has she become so familiar with calling me mother? Hey, hey, hey. Jiang Luoli scratched her head embarrassedly. Jun Xiaoyao was silent. Is she trying to get away with being cute? On the other side, Jiang Xingyi, who looked like a snow lotus, looked at Jiang Luoli, who was playing with Jun Xiaoyao, and heard her call her mother. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. She had decided to let go, but why? Why did it feel like something was missing? Jun Xiaoyao noticed Jiang Xingyi's lonely expression from the corner of his eye. He smiled and said, Sister Xingyi, long time no see. Long time no see. Jiang Xingyi nodded and then went to talk to Jiang Ro. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Why did it feel like Jiang Xingyi's attitude toward him was a bit cold? Jiang Xingyi didn't have such a sense of distance with him before. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and didn't say anything. He didn't care. Everyone had their own ideas. If Jiang Xingyi didn't want to talk to him, he wouldn't take the initiative to suck up to her. At this time, Jun Wanjie cupped his hands solemnly to Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you for reuniting me with my sister. Jun Ing, who was standing beside him, also bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Wanjie would have to wait a long time to reunite with Jun Ing. Don't mention it. This is what I promised you, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Jun Wanjie and Jun Ing were grateful to Jun Xiaoyao. In their hearts, they were even more determined to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Then Jun Zhantian also came. The family was happy and harmonious. They held a simple family banquet. After that, Jun Zhantian told Jun Xiaoyao that the family hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would be able to practice martial arts and preach to the younger generation of the Jun family in a few days. Of course, this was Jun Zhantian's suggestion. It was to completely establish Jun Xiaoyao's reputation in the Jun family. Now, even sequence, one Jun Lingsong's reputation was not as good as Jun Xiaoyao's. Jun Xiaoyao was naturally more than happy to do so, and he agreed right away. Then, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Jun Zhantian looked for Jun Xiaoyao alone. He asked him if he had walked his own path. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hide anything from his grandfather and nodded directly. Good, good. If Wu Hui sees it, she will definitely be proud of you, Jun Zhantian said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. When he opened up the divine origin, he vaguely felt a powerful aura that came from his bloodline. That aura was enough to make even a supreme being retreat. Could it be father? Jun Xiaoyao thought. Jun Zhantian said to Jun Xiaoyao solemnly, Xiaoyao, have you ever heard of the saying, the immortal ancient appears and the emperor's road opens? The immortal ancient appears and the emperor's road opens? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. A glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, the immortal ancient appears. It refers to the immortal ancient world. That is an ancient spiritual land with countless opportunities. There is even a great opportunity to become a saint. Just as Jun Zhantian's voice fell, the system's voice sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Immortal Ancient World. Chapter 294. A new check-in location. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. The only place Jun Xiaoyao had yet to check in was the Bronze Immortal Palace. However, the Bronze Immortal Palace would only appear when there was an opportunity, so Jun Xiaoyao was not particularly anxious. Jun Xiaoyao's interest in the immortal ancient world was piqued. He continued to listen to Jun Zhantian's explanation. Immortal ancient world, that is an independent space, an ancient spiritual earth. There may be ancient freaks in hibernation, and quasi-emperor descendants sealed within. There may even be many ancient races and their powerful descendants. You can say that it is an absolutely treasured land of opportunity, containing all kinds of opportunities and even superior and supreme-grade immortal sources. Jun Zhantian's words made Jun Xiaoyao interested. It seemed that the opportunities in the immortal ancient world were indeed attractive. Other fortuitous encounters aside, the celestial source alone was enough to pique his interest. After all, his Daluo immortal bone consumed a lot of immortal sources. If he could obtain enough superior and supreme-grade immortal sources, Jun Xiaoyao could quickly cultivate his Daluo immortal body. He could then start cultivating the second volume of the body scripture. Of course, the most important thing is that the immortal ancient world will appear and the Emperor Road will open. After the immortal ancient world opens, the Emperor Road will also appear. It can be said that the immortal ancient world is almost equivalent to a warm-up and also a chance for the Sky Prides to improve themselves, Jun Zhantian said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He finally understood the importance of the immortal ancient world. The immortal ancient world was equivalent to a platform for the Sky Prides to quickly improve their strength. If they missed it or did not obtain any opportunities, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage when the Emperor Road opened in the future and lose their competitiveness. This is also why many elders did not want Jun Lingsong to be injured when he fought with Princess Longji. If he was injured, it would be disadvantageous when the immortal ancient world opens, Jun Zhantian explained. If that's the case, then your grandson will definitely go to the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao said, That's right. When the time comes, you will be the leader of the Jun family. The immortal ancient world has a cultivation level limit, so even the strong cannot enter. That is a stage for you young geniuses to fight for supremacy. Jun Zhantian was very satisfied with Jun Xiaoyao. Perhaps he would create another miracle in the immortal ancient world. Of course, there's still some time before the opening of the immortal ancient world, so there's no rush. You can slowly adjust your condition, Jun Zhantian said. Grandson understands, Jun Xiaoyao said. For the next few days, the Jun family was immersed in joy and jubilation. During this time, the 18th ancestor had summoned Jun Xiaoyao and was extremely satisfied with his performance. Originally, the Jun family had already done everything they could to nurture Jun Xiaoyao. At the moment, Jun Xiaoyao was practically the center of attention. As long as Jun Xiaoyao wanted any resources, the Jun family would definitely think of a way to get them. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not make too many requests. When it was time to rely on the family, he would rely on the family. However, when it was something that could be done by himself, Jun Xiaoyao would still do it himself. This was also to prevent Jun Xiaoyao from developing a habit of relying on the family. During this time, some other things happened. For example, the Pan Wu Jin dynasty's divine, Lord Pan Wu, personally visited the Jun family. Of course, he was interested in the Pan Huang sword. Divine Lord Pan Wu also understood. Yang Pan's death probably had something to do with Jun Xiaoyao. It could even be concluded that he was the culprit. However, the Pan Wu Jin dynasty could only be infuriated at most. They could not do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. In fact, when divine Lord Pan Wu personally came, no one in the Jun family welcomed him. He was directly left outside for 3 days and 3 nights. As for divine Lord Pan Wu, he did not dare to barge into the Jun family. Zulong Supreme Yulong, who had been arrogant in front of the Jun family's mountain gate last time, was now dead. This left many factions speechless. Although the Pan Wu Jin dynasty was in decline and was gradually showing signs of decline, it was still an immortal Jin dynasty. The Jun family did not give the Pan Wu Jin dynasty any face at all. This continued until eldest princess Wu Mingyue appeared and asked a member of the Jun family to send a message to Jun Xiaoyao. Only then did the Jun family elders come out to receive divine Lord Panwu. Of course, they did not have a good expression. Although they were smiling the entire time, they did not mention the Panhuang sword. This made divine Lord Panwu's heart go crazy. Although he was smiling, he was cursing in his heart. In the end, divine Lord Panwu said something shocking. He wanted Wu Mingyue and Jun Xiaoyao to continue their marriage and let Jun Xiaoyao become the son-in-law of the Pan-Wu Jin dynasty. This left the Jun family elders somewhat speechless. Divine Lord Pan-Wu was going to sell his daughter for the Panhuang sword? The Jun family did not directly refuse, but they did not agree either. Everything depended on Jun Xiaoyao. However, the Jun family would never hand over the Panhuang sword. They would never hand it over in this lifetime, unless Jun Xiaoyao said something, because the Panhuang sword belonged to Jun Xiaoyao himself. The Jun family was only safe keeping it for him. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was no fool. He definitely would not give the Panhuang sword to the Pan-Wu Jin dynasty. As for Wu Mingyue, she did not have enough face to make Jun Xiaoyao give up the Panhuang sword. In the end, divine Lord Panwu could only return resentfully after being snubbed. This also indirectly showed the Jun family's domineering boldness. During this time there was another matter. The Purple Mansion, sacred ground, came knocking. Don't forget, Su Ziqiang was still by Jun Xiaoyao's side, although she no longer had much of a presence. However, the Purple Mansion's sacred ground was still a very powerful force. Even if it was not an immortal force, it was still a top force below the immortal forces. The Purple Mansion, sacred ground, naturally did not come to punish Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, they came with many gifts to congratulate Jun Xiaoyao and asked about Su Ziqiang's situation. Then they directly asked Su Ziqiang to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side as a maid. The Purple Mansion's sacred ground was also willing to become a follower force of the Jun family. The Jun family naturally accepted a force that came knocking on their door. 7 days later, on this day, the sound of a bell rang out in the Jun family's heavenly Dwarch Palace. The bell is ringing from the heavenly Dwarch Palace. Did something happen? Some of the Jun family disciples who were not well informed were puzzled. Didn't you hear? The Son of God is going to preach the Tao. This is an excellent opportunity. A Jun family disciple who was passing by shouted and then flew away. What? The Son of God is going to preach the Tao? I want to go too. The Jun family disciple hurriedly reacted and turned into a beam of light that flashed away. Generally speaking, in the Jun family, only the elders above the saint level were qualified to preach the Tao. Even the 10 sequences of the younger generation were not qualified to preach in public. This was because they were afraid of misleading the younger generation. Jun Xiaoyao was only 14 years old. Among the younger generation, he was considered the youngest. However, when it came to understanding cultivation, even some middle-aged people and the older generation might not be able to compete with him. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had walked his own path for the first time in history. This news did not spread. If it did, the impact would be much greater than defeating Princess Longji. Jun Xiaoyao was fully qualified to preach the Tao to the younger generation. Chapter 295. At this moment, outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, there was already a sea of people, and there were heads everywhere. Originally, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was a forbidden area of the Jun family. Only the noblest people were allowed to enter. However, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was open to the public because of the public lecture. Many disciples of the Jun family gathered in the square outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. All of them looked very excited. None of them thought that Jun Xiaoyao was not qualified to give a lecture. All of them looked very expectant. At that moment, beams of light came from the sky. They were the sequences of the Jun family. It's the sequences. All of them are here. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. Many disciples of the Jun family were very surprised when they saw the beams of light coming. The 10 sequences of the Jun family all had their own opportunities. They were either cultivating in seclusion somewhere or training outside. It was rare for them to gather together. However, Jun Xiaoyao was about to give a lecture, and it was the first time that the 10 sequences had all gathered together. That was a rare sight. Several elders of the Jun family had also arrived in the sky. They had faint smiles on their faces. The reason why they came was to make sure that no accidents would happen. After all, giving a lecture was very important. One wrong word could lead a disciple of the Jun family astray. It was not that the elders did not trust Jun Xiaoyao's ability. They were just taking precautions. They also wanted to know how far Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of the way had reached. How far do you think Xiaoyao will go in his lecture today? An elder stroked his beard and smiled. Xiaoyao is only 14 years old. It's his first lecture. It'll be good enough if he doesn't make any mistakes. Of course, with us here, it'll be fine even if he does. The elders looked at each other and smiled. None of them had high expectations of Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he made a mistake, they would not blame him. As time went by, apart from the 10 sequences, some people around Jun Xiaoyao also showed up. Wang Chuan, Jun Linglong, Yu, Yan Qingying, Nine-Headed Lion, Juning, and Su Ziqiong were all there. Nailin Ruashi, who had been brought back to the immortal realm by Jun Xiaoyao, had also taken root in the Jun family. The people around him were not weak in terms of talent and strength. They were even more loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. This time they had also arrived early and occupied the best positions. In addition, Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi also came. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao appeared under everyone's anticipation. He was still dressed in a pure white robe that was whiter than snow. Not only did he have the temperament of a banished immortal, but he also gave people a feeling of wanting to transcend the mortal world. This was naturally because Jun Xiaoyao had walked his own path. His perception was monstrous to begin with, and he had walked his own path. Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth was already deeper than some old monsters. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao looked around at the densely packed heads around him. It seems that my appeal is not bad, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself, but he smiled faintly. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's graceful smile, many girls of the Jun family immediately felt their hearts go numb. My son of God is so handsome. What do you mean by your son of God? He's mine. Some of the infatuated girls of the Jun family began to argue. Seriously, these girls are too unreserved. Although Brother Xiaoyao is handsome, he can't be so unrestrained, Jiang Luoli said. Jiang Xingyi was a little speechless. He took out a handkerchief and said, Luoli, wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth. Jiang Luoli only realized that she had unconsciously drooled when she looked at Jun Xiaoyao just now. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged above the Heavenly Emperor Palace and looked at the 10 sequences. He was also a little surprised, as he didn't expect all 10 sequences of the Jun family to be present. The first sequence of the Jun family, Jun Lingsang, was a man with polychoria. The second sequence of the Jun family, Jun Wushuang, received the inheritance of a supreme expert. The third sequence of the Jun family, Jun Mulan, had the blood of the god of war. The fourth sequence of the Jun family, Jun Wuchen, had the pure heart and was a genius in Tao. The fifth sequence of the Jun family, Jun Wanjie, had the body of the thunder calamity and cultivated the heavenly skill of overcoming calamities. The sixth sequence of the Jun family, Jun Daolin, was born with the 8 trigrams formation, an ancient sacred weapon, in his dantian. He was a genius in array formations. The seventh sequence of the Jun family, Jun Xiuhuang, had the special ice spirit body. The 8th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Xiu, was born with a seductive bone. The 9th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Tianming, had the glorious king body and could control the power of light. The 10th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Zhanjian, was born with the bright heart of the sword and the indestructible sword body. Each of these 10 sequences could be said to be a hero among men. Ordinary forces would be lucky to have one of them. However, the Jun family had 10 of them. And this didn't include Jun Xiaoyao, the sequence 0. With Jun Xiaoyao, the younger generation of the Jun family was simply amazing. All 10 sequences are here. It seems like it's also a test for me, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. With Jun Xiaoyao's intelligence, he naturally understood. Why had the 10 echelon cultivators all come? It was to test how capable Jun Xiaoyao was. His strength had already been proven by defeating Princess Longji. If he was also so monstrous in terms of Tao enlightenment, that would be enough to make the 10 sequences bow down to him. This was also Jun Zhantian's intention. He wanted to let Jun Xiaoyao establish absolute prestige and end the situation of the Jun family sequences being divided into 3 factions. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile. He sat high above the clouds, facing the countless disciples of the Jun family. He wasn't nervous at all. With a calm expression, he said, "Thank you for coming to listen to my preaching. My strength is limited. I can only try my best to explain some superficial principles. I hope you can forgive me." Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, everyone was speechless. If Jun Xiaoyao's strength was limited, then what were they? Interesting. I'd like to see what kind of understanding the Son of God has of the Tao, Jun Wuchen, the 4th sequence, said. He had a pure heart and was a genius of the Tao. His understanding of the Tao was ranked first among the 10 sequences. Next, Jun Xiaoyao didn't delay and directly began to preach. It was also the first time Jun Xiaoyao had talked about it, but he still shared all of his thoughts. After all, they were all from the same family. So Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't hide anything. As Jun Xiaoyao preached, divine light began to spread around him. There seemed to be a mysterious sound of the great path between heaven and earth. This was because Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of the Tao had reached a certain extreme. He himself was an anomaly of heaven and earth. He had opened up his own Tao, which could be said to have jumped out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. In terms of this point alone, no old monster could compare to Jun Xiaoyao, because those old monsters hadn't opened up their own Tao. As time passed, all kinds of strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, and the lines of the great path intertwined in the void. There was even the sound of the great path bell. All the disciples of the Jun family present seemed to be in a daze, immersed in the rhythm of the great path. The 10 echelon cultivators were all stunned. The truth that Jun Xiaoyao explained made them feel like they were suddenly enlightened. Even Jun Wuchen, who had the highest understanding of the Tao among them, seemed to be in a daze at this moment. His whole person was in a daze. He thought that his understanding of the Tao was comparable to that of some old people. However, after listening to Jun Xiaoyao's preaching, he finally understood what the great path was. Before this, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 296. If Jun Wuchen's understanding of the way before was that of a lake, then Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of the way at the moment was that of a boundless ocean. The 2 could not be compared at all. I'm ashamed. My understanding of the way is less than 1% of Son of God's. Jun Wuchen sighed and listened even more attentively. It was not just the 10 sequences. Even the few clan elders were dumbfounded when they saw the strange phenomenon that filled the sky. Have you ever caused so many strange phenomena when you preach? One of the elders asked in a daze. No. Another elder was also dumbfounded. They were there as a precaution, fearing that something might happen to Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's understanding of the way was far more profound than that of the elders, let alone making mistakes. Then the elders sat up straight and began to listen to Jun Xiaoyao's preaching like students. These strange occurrences caused quite a stir in the Jun family. What a strong way! Where did it come from? It's from the heavenly emperor palace. Is it because of Son of God's preaching? Voices of surprise were heard everywhere in the Jun family. Even some elders of the Jun family, who were cultivating in seclusion were alerted and rushed to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Many people gathered at the Heavenly Emperor Palace from all directions. Jun Xiaoyao sat in the sky with his legs crossed like a deity. His preaching of the way of heaven and earth resonated with everyone. Not only were the young people of the Jun family intoxicated by his words, but even the elders of the Jun family who had profound cultivation levels were enlightened and enlightened. Boom! A young genius of the Jun family suddenly trembled. His aura suddenly soared and he broke through to the next level. He was not the only one. Many of the others present also began to break through to the next level. It was hard to imagine that a mere preaching of the way could make people break through. My cultivation level has actually loosened a little. An elder's face froze for a moment before revealing a look of extreme joy. The higher the level of cultivation, the harder it was to break through. It was understandable for those youngsters to break through. However, these elders who were at the saint realm and above had their cultivation bases loosening up as well. That was quite terrifying. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's sermon had blessed countless members of the Jun family. Xiaoyao, Grandpa has underestimated you. Jun Zhantian sighed as he watched the scene unfold. Even he had gained quite a bit. It seemed that this time Jun Xiaoyao's goal of building up his reputation would be completely achieved. The 10 sequences of the Jun family had all gained something as well. One by one, their levels began to loosen and break through. After a round of preaching, Jun Xiaoyao stopped. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly as he looked at the disciples of the Jun family who were either comprehending with their eyes closed or breaking through to the next realm. On the one hand, he had established his prestige. On the other hand, it was also a blessing for the Jun family. It was a win-win situation. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Only then did everyone come back to their senses from this Taoist rhyme. Thank you, Son of God. Son of God's guidance is as heavy as Mount Tai. I won't dare to forget it. Many disciples of the Jun family looked excited as they cupped their hands at Jun Xiaoyao. Their gratitude was beyond words. Jun Xiaoyao was almost half a master teacher to them now. Even Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, Jun Wuchen, and the other sequences had complicated expressions on their faces. They had also received Jun Xiaoyao's kindness and understood the gap between them and Jun Xiaoyao. This gap was not only reflected in their strength, but also in their understanding of the great path. Thank you, Son of God. These sequences also cupped their hands. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the 10 sequences and then looked at the people of the Jun family. He said, "You don't have to thank me. As a member of the same family, I just did what I could." After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the void in the distance. Deep in the void, a strange divine thought was transmitted. Could it be that Xiaoyao has discovered us? The one who transmitted the divine thought was the 18th ancestor. Ahem, I don't think so. We hid so well. The 16th ancestor transmitted his divine thought. They were 2 great ancestors and supreme powerhouses, but they had come to listen to Jun Xiaoyao's preaching. If word got out, many members of the Jun family would be shocked. Therefore, the 2 of them hid deep in the void. As expected of someone who has opened up his own path, he has benefited us a lot. The 18th ancestor sighed. With such a child in the Jun family, we have nothing to worry about. Those forces who have ulterior motives against the Jun family will regret it sooner or later. The childlike face of the 16th ancestor was cold. Are you talking about Zulong's tricks behind our backs? The 18th ancestor's eyes were deep and weathered. He thinks that the Jun family doesn't know. I'd like to see if Zulong has the guts to provoke an immortal war. The 16th ancestor snorted. That's right. At worst, we'll go to the ancestral temple and dig out a few more old guys to hold the fort. The 18th ancestor smiled faintly. Of course, no one heard what the 2 great ancestors said. Right now, Everyone in the Jun family was looking at Jun Xiaoyao with admiration. In addition to the Jun family, those around Jun Xiaoyao, Yu, Yan Qingying, Wang Chuan, the nine-headed lion, and the others had also benefited a lot. Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi had also benefited, especially Jiang Xingyi. She was born with a natural Taoist fetus, so she was close to the great path of heaven and earth. After Jun Xiaoyao's preaching, Jiang Xingyi had a kind of enlightenment. Her muscles and bones were shining, and the void around her was branded with great path runes. She had gained a lot, far more than the others. Thank you. Jiang Xingyi bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. There was a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She had already decided to let go and not have too much to do with Jun Xiaoyao. But this time, she had received a favor from him. Don't mention it. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. At this moment, Jun Zhanjian's eyes flashed. He stood up and cupped his hands. I, Jun Zhanjian, am the Sequence 10. I am willing to honor the Son of God. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xuehuang also stood up and said, I, Jun Xuehuang, am the Sequence 7. I am willing to honor the Son of God. I, Jun Wanjie, am the Sequence 5. I am willing to honor the Son of God. Jun Wanjie also took a step forward and cupped his hands. This scene also made the surrounding world quiet down. Jun Zhantian narrowed his eyes slightly. Whether or not the younger generation of the Jun family could be united depended on this. At this moment, the three sequences had completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao. I, Jun Tianming, the Sequence 9. I am willing to honor the Son of God. Jun Tianming also stood up and cupped his hands. He had the glorious imperial physique and was extraordinarily talented. He was impressed by Jun Xiaoyao's strength and temperament. Now he was willing to honor Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao still maintained a calm smile on his face. He would not force any of the sequences to follow him. Of course, it would be better if they could be united. Jun Daolin, Jun Shiyu, and the others had a look of struggle in their eyes. At this moment, an unexpected and shocking scene happened. Jun Lingsong actually stood up with a calm expression. He cupped his hands slightly and said, I, Jun Lingsong, am willing to honor the Son of God. Chapter 297. Jun Lingsong stepped forward and acknowledged Jun Xiaoyao's position. This was something no one had expected. If there was anyone among the younger generation of the Jun family who could barely catch up to Jun Xiaoyao in terms of reputation, it would only be Jun Xiaoyao. Sequence 1. Jun Lingsong was the only one who could do so. Now, Jun Lingsong's attitude undoubtedly stunned many people. Of course, outsiders did not know that Jun Lingsong had completely let go of his obsession and untied the knot in his heart. Seeing Jun Lingsong's attitude, Jun Daolin, Jun Shiyu, and the others naturally had nothing to worry about. They all saluted Jun Xiaoyao and acknowledged him as their leader. Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. There was no way they could win against Jun Xiaoyao. I, Sequence 2, Jun Wushuang, am willing to respect the Son of God. Sequence 3, Jun Mulan, am willing to respect the Son of God. Sequence 4, Jun Wuchen, am willing to respect the Son of God. The 10 sequences of the Jun family all saluted Jun Xiaoyao and acknowledged his noble position as Sequence 0. Seeing this scene, the younger generation of the Jun family was extremely excited. The 10 sequences of the Jun family were extremely arrogant. No one was willing to submit to anyone and had always been competing with each other. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had made the 10 sequences submit. This was also the first time the younger generation of the Jun family had united as a rope. Good. Jun Zhantian laughed heartily. If the sequences of the Jun family worked together, there would at least be no internal disputes in the immortal ancient world or the Emperor Road. They would be united against the outside world. For a family, unity was always the most important thing. Jun Xiaoyao did not decline anything. He saluted slightly and said, "Thank you for your high opinion." From now on, we will work hard for the family together." At this point, the sequences of the Jun family were completely united. The elders also nodded in satisfaction. Under the leadership of Jun Xiaoyao, the younger generation of the Jun family was bound to flourish. After Jun Xiaoyao finished his lecture, the group of young people from the Jun family left reluctantly. Even some of the elders of the Jun family felt that they hadn't had enough. However, the 10 echelon cultivators didn't leave. They still wanted to ask Jun Xiaoyao for advice. "I want to spar with you. How about it?" Jun Mulan suddenly spoke. Her eyes were burning with fighting spirit. She had the blood of the war god in her body, so she naturally liked to fight. Although she knew that Jun Xiaoyao was very strong, Jun Mulan couldn't help but challenge him. Of course, Jun Mulan had never thought of defeating Jun Xiaoyao. It was too unrealistic. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Mulan. He had long heard of this violent woman's name. Moreover, although Jun Mulan was a woman, she had a straightforward personality. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind. "How about this? I'll use one hand." Jun Xiaoyao put his left hand behind his back and only stretched out his right hand. "You're looking down on me. I'm a legend in the outside world." Jun Mulan raised her eyebrows. She attacked. The blood of the war god in her body boiled. Divine power surged and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He reached out with one hand. Divine power surged. He could suppress everything with his physical strength alone. Jun Mulan and Jun Xiaoyao fought at close range. Jun Xiaoyao didn't use 10 billion pounds of divine power. Even so, it was enough to suppress Jun Mulan. Jun Mulan attacked with all her might, but she couldn't gain the upper hand. She couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, who only had one hand. This made Jun Wushuang and the others even more surprised. At the same time, they felt that their choice was wise. Only Jun Xiaoyao was qualified to lead the entire younger generation of the Jun family. Finally, after a few rounds, Jun Xiaoyao restrained Jun Mulan with one hand. He wrapped his right arm around Jun Mulan's snow-white abdomen and defeated her. Jun Mulan's pretty face flushed red. She said angrily, "Are you taking advantage of me?" There's no difference between men and women in a battle. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and let go of Jun Mulan. "I'm impressed. However, there's one thing you can't beat me in," Jun Mulan said with a snort. "Oh, what is it?" Jun Xiaoyao was curious. Jun Mulan put her hands on her hips and puffed out her breasts. Her devilish curves undulated. "Are your breasts as big as mine?" Jun Mulan's words were shocking. Ahem. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He coughed dryly. He really couldn't beat her. Haha, you'll get used to it. That's her personality. Jun Wushuang chuckled to ease the awkwardness. The sequences present all laughed. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Many of the grudges and barriers between the sequence alchemists had been eliminated. In the end, Jun Mulan and the others bade farewell, one by one, to digest their insights and achievements. Jun Lingsang was the last to leave. He patted Jun Xiaoyao on the shoulder and said, "Cousin Xiaoyao, you can't let Jiu down." Jun Xiaoyao was silent. He felt that Jun Lingsang might have misunderstood something. He only regarded Jiu as his guardian and didn't think too much about it. "By the way, there's one more thing I want to tell you." Jun Lingsang seemed to have remembered something and said, "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, "Although the 10 sequences respect you, we're not the only ones in the younger generation of the Jun family." Jun Lingsang's words were meaningful. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Could it be that the Jun family had other secrets? In the immortal ancient world, there are ancient freaks sleeping in the Jun family, Jun Lingsang said. "I see." Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. The immortal ancient world was full of spiritual energy, and there were all kinds of top-grade celestial sources. It was the best place to seal ancient freaks. The Jun family was a top immortal force with a history of countless eras. It would be surprising if they didn't have ancient freaks. Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious. How powerful were the ancient freaks of the Jun family in the immortal ancient world? In addition to the ancient freaks in the immortal ancient world, there are other immortal realms. Forget it. Someone will tell you about this in the future. Jun Lingsong wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he shook his head. Jun Xiaorao didn't force Jun Lingsong to say anything. He now felt that the Jun family's waters were very deep. This reminded Jun Xiaoyao of what the 18th ancestor had said to him. When Jun Xiaoyao turned 18 and had his coming-of-age ceremony, the 18th ancestor would tell Jun Xiaoyao some of the secrets of the Jun family, as well as things about his father. What were the so-called secrets of the Jun family? It was only then that Jun Xiaoyao realized that his understanding of his family was still too shallow. Or rather, the Jun family's heritage was too deep to be understood. I finally understand why Zulong, Wanhuang's spirit mountain, and the other Archean royalty didn't dare to use force against the Jun family. It's because they were too afraid, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, Jun Xiaoyao had a vague feeling that the peace of the Jun family might not be maintained for too long. The immortal ancient world is the best opportunity for me to transform. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. In the following period, Jun Xiaoyao continued to regulate his breathing and cultivate. Everything returned to normal. In a side hall not far from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jiang Luoli poked her head out and sneakily met with someone. It was her cousin, Jiang Zuling. "Cousin, did you bring the thing?" Jiang Luoli asked softly. "Cousin, what do you want that for?" Jiang Zuling had a strange look on his face, because what Jiang Luoli asked him for was a spring medicine. Men always had a few packets of this medicine, but what did a girl want to do with it? "I just want to study it. Don't worry about it." "Give it to me," Jiang Luoli said eagerly. Her twin ponytails were sticking up. Jiang Zuling took out a small packet of powder and didn't forget to remind her. "Cousin, this is the Jun family. Don't mess around. This thing is very strong. Ordinary true gods might not be able to resist it. Don't worry." Jiang Luoli took the packet of powder and turned to leave. She pursed her lips and murmured in her heart with a determined look on her face. Brother Xiaoyao has more and more women around him. I can't delay any longer. What's done can't be undone. The Complete Book. Chapter 298. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. This lecture was also very beneficial to Jun Xiaoyao. He seemed to have a clearer understanding of his own path. The origin of the gods represents the starting point. There will definitely be layers upon layers of changes. Perhaps I can use this to create a new cultivation system? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. As a transmigrator, his thinking was divergent and his way of thinking was different from others. It could be said that he was a natural anomaly. For other cultivators, creating their own cultivation system was something that almost no one would even think about. In the minds of other cultivators, the concept of creating their own cultivation system did not exist at all. However, Jun Xiaoyao did. There's no need to rush this. The accumulation required is too deep. My foundation is still very thin. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He was not in a hurry. This sounded very crazy and was not something that he could do at the moment. However, if he could do it, it would be a magnificent feat that transcended eras. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao could very well create a new era of cultivation. Of course, this kind of thing was still very far away from the current Jun Xiaoyao, so he was not in a hurry. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and roads had to be taken one step at a time. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, he suddenly looked at the door and said, "Come in. Why are you loitering outside?" Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's voice, a girl with short legs came in from outside the door. She looked delicate and cute, and it was none other than Jiang Luoli. She held the 2 teacups in her hands. her big eyes darting around as she felt a little guilty. "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. "Big brother Xiaoyao, Luo Li knows that you like to drink tea. Luo Li brewed this tea with the leaves of 100,000-year-old ancient tea tree and snow water from the heavenly mountain. Big brother Xiaoyao, can you try it?" Jiang Luoli placed the 2 teacups on the table. Her small hands were clasped together, and her face was slightly red. "Thank you." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Although this girl was sometimes silly, she was very considerate when she needed to be. Jun Xiaoyao also knew what this silly girl was thinking, but he really didn't have any ideas right now. Jun Xiaoyao picked up the teacup and slowly brought it to his lips. Jiang Luoli nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She stared fixedly at Jun Xiaoyao, and her fragrant sweat began to trickle down. Jun Xiaoyao's hand paused. He looked at Jiang Luoli's blushing face and asked, "Are you very hot?" "No, not at all. It's just that today's weather is really good." Jiang Luoli's little head shook left and right as she laughed. The Jun family's territory is protected by a magic array. It has always been like spring all year round. Jun Xiaoyao said speechlessly, Is that so?" "Ah, that's right." Jiang Luoli was a little incoherent as her heart raced. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jiang Luoli, his lips almost touching the teacup. At this moment, Jiang Ro's voice sounded from outside the door. "Xiaoyao, Mother has something to tell you." Jiang Ro walked in and saw Jiang Luoli. She smiled and said, "Luoli is also here." "Ah, Mother. Well, you can talk if you have something to say. Luoli won't disturb you." Seeing Jiang Ro's arrival, Jiang Luoli panicked even more and ran out in a panic. Only Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Ro were left in the room. "This little girl." Jiang Ro smiled and then said to Jun Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, are you still not moved? Mother quite likes it." Jun Xiaoyao put down the teacup and said helplessly, "Mother, I'm still young. I don't have such thoughts." "You're already 14. Work hard and let Mother hold a grandson." Jiang Ro pursed her lips and smiled. Jun Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. He didn't care about anyone, but he couldn't do anything about his family. "Mother, why are you looking for me?" Jun Xiaoyao changed the topic. The smile on Jiang Ro's face disappeared and was replaced by a faint seriousness. "Actually, something happened at home." "It's time to tell you," Jiang Ro said. "The Jun family seems to be fine, right?" Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. Currently, the Jun family was celebrating, and everything was very stable and peaceful. However, Jun Xiaoyao immediately thought of something. He probed, "Mother, are you referring to the Jiang family?" Jiang Ro frowned and nodded slightly. "That's right. Your grandfather, Jiang Daoshu, is not in good condition. He might not be able to hold on for much longer." Grandfather. Jun Xiaoyao just realized that he hadn't been to the Jiang family since he was born. He had also never seen the Jiang family's relatives. Although your grandfather is a supreme honorable in his early years, he fought everywhere for the Jiang family. He fought for the Archean royalty, fought in the forbidden zone of life, and went into the eternal burial ground. He became ill. Jiang Ro's eyes were slightly red. Jiang Ro's father, Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Daoshu, was also considered a legendary expert. He was once the Jiang family's peerless genius. After he grew up, he became the Jiang family's mainstay and fought everywhere. In his later years, although he had successfully cultivated to the supreme honorable realm and became the foundation of the Jiang family, he had also been suffering from a lot of illnesses and hidden ailments. In recent years, Jiang Daoshu's condition became worse and worse. "Xiaoyao, your grandfather wanted to come to your 10-years-old banquet, but he couldn't because of his condition," Jiang Ro said in a low voice. "Is there no way to cure my grandfather's illness?" Jun Xiaoyao frowned and asked. Although he hadn't seen this grandfather of his until now, he was still a bloodline relative. Naturally, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. "Sigh. It's a long story." Jiang Ro sighed. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. It seemed that even with the Jiang family's foundation, it was difficult to find a cure for Jiang Daoxiu. They could only extend his lifespan. Xiaoyao, follow me back to the Jiang family in a few days to visit your grandfather, Jiang Ro said. Of course. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Then Jiang Ro left. Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, he should help his grandfather, Jiang Daoxiu. Jiang Daoxiu was one of the Jiang family's pillars. If something happened to him, it would have a huge impact on the Jiang family. This wasn't something Jun Xiaoyao wanted to see. After all, he was half a Jiang family member. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll make a judgment after I see my grandfather, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Jun Xiaoyao thought Jiang Ro had returned. He looked over and was slightly surprised. It was actually Jiang Xingyi. Jiang Xingyi was dressed in a snow-white robe. Her fairy-like face was picturesque, like a pure and holy fairy from the Moon Palace. Sister Xingyi? Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect her to look for him. After all, judging from Jiang Xingyi's attitude, she seemed to have distanced herself from him. Jiang Xingyi's fairy-like face was somewhat reserved. She was no longer as calm and composed as when she interacted with Jun Xiaoyao. Sister Xingyi, have some tea. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Jun Xiaoyao said. He also picked up a cup of tea and drank a few mouthfuls. Jiang Xingyi also picked up a teacup and drank it in one gulp as if to calm her mind. Chapter 299. What's the matter, Sister Xingyi? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Sister Jiang Ro has told you about the Jiang family, right? Jiang Xingyi asked. Yes, I will go back to the Jiang family to visit Grandpa in a few days, Jun Xiaoyao said with a nod. Then they fell into silence. Jiang Xingyi bit her lip and said, Thank you for the sermon a few days ago. It was a great inspiration for me. Jiang Xingyi had a connate foundation of Tao and was born with an affinity for the great Tao. Jun Xiaoyao's lecture that day had indeed been of great help to her. It was as if his words had awakened her from her dreams. When did Sister Xingyi become so polite? I remember that when we were in the secret treasure of Yuantian, Sister Xingyi was still talking and laughing with me. There was no distance between us, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He would not lick any woman and did not have any other thoughts about Jiang Xingyi. However, Jiang Xingyi's current attitude towards him made Jun Xiaoyao feel a little strange. After all, before this, Jiang Xingyi's attitude towards him was still very friendly. They talked and laughed, and from time to time, she would smile beautifully. She gave people the feeling that she was a kind and gentle big sister next door. But now, not only did she deliberately avoid Jun Xiaoyao, but she also rarely smiled. Do I? Jiang Xingyi's beautiful face was a little unnatural. If Xiaoyao annoys you, you can tell me. Xiaoyao doesn't mind. Jun Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. No. How could I possibly dislike you? Jiang Xingyi hurriedly retorted, as if she was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would misunderstand. Then the reason is... Jun Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but stopped. Jiang Xingyi clenched her jade-like hands. It was as if a seasoning bottle had been knocked over in her heart. It was very complicated and complicated. If she really hated Jun Xiaoyao, then Jiang Xingyi could actually breathe a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, love scared Jiang Xingyi more than hate. Even though she was only Jun Xiaoyao's aunt in name, even though there was almost no blood relationship between them, even in this world, marriage between relatives of the same bloodline was a very normal thing. But Jiang Xingyi just couldn't express his feelings. Moreover, the Jiang family wanted her to be a matchmaker between Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli. How could Jiang Xingyi swallow her pride and steal Jiang Luoli's man? This was something she could not accept. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's perfect face in front of him, Jiang Xingyi couldn't say anything. When Jun Xiaoyao was in the lower realm, how could Jiang Xingyi not miss him? At this moment, Jiang Xingyi's picturesque face had an expression of forbearance and a trace of grievance. It really made people want to hold her in their arms and protect her. Even Jun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment. He sensed Jiang Xingyi's emotions. Although Jun Xiaoyao sometimes acted like a steely man, he was actually very meticulous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to toy with women like Bai Yu and Wu Mingyue in the palm of his hand. It can't be, right? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this possibility and was a little surprised. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a hot current surging out of his body. A nameless fire rose from his lower abdomen. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly. At the same time, Jiang Xingyi also noticed that something was wrong. She suddenly felt hot all over, as if there were flames flowing in her blood. That terrifying hot current made Jiang Xingyi want to take off her clothes. What's wrong with me? Jiang Xingyi was confused for a moment. She felt a little dizzy, and her crystal-clear face was covered with a layer of red. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao again. The feelings in her heart, which were about to be cut off, grew vigorously like wild grass. This made Jiang Xingyi a little confused. Could it be this tea? The only possibility that Jun Xiaoyao could think of was these 2 cups of tea. There must be some kind of indescribable drug in the tea. Jiang Luoli, that girl. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. He also understood why Jiang Luoli looked guilty and unnatural before. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao didn't think too much about it. Now, it seemed that the silly girl had dangerous thoughts about him. She's really messing around. Jun Xiaoyao cursed under his breath. He didn't dislike this drug, but it was unnecessary. Now it had backfired on him. Jun Xiaoyao was fine. He only drank a few mouthfuls. But Jiang Xingyi drank the whole cup of tea. Sister Xingyi, something's wrong. Jun Xiaoyao just opened his mouth. A fragrant and soft body crashed into his arms. Jiang Xingyi's face was flushed. Her beautiful eyes were blurred. Her sandalwood mouth was slightly open, and she exhaled a sweet and hot breath. Xiaoyao, something's wrong with me. Jiang Xingyi said in confusion. Sister Xingyi, can you suppress it with your magic power? Jun Xiaoyao was helpless. He wanted to suppress it with his magic power, but found it difficult. Jun Xiaoyao was fine. He didn't ingest much, so he could barely keep his mind clear and calm. But Jiang Xingyi couldn't. She was a girl, so her resistance wasn't strong. Besides, she ingested a lot. And most importantly, the target was Jun Xiaoyao. If it were another man, even if Jiang Xingyi was poisoned, he would still force himself to keep his mind clear. But facing Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Xingyi was already struggling and hesitating. This drug was more like a fuse that ignited Jiang Xingyi's buried feelings. Xiaoyao, when you were in the lower worlds, I was thinking about you all the time. But Luoli went down and I couldn't go with her. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the resonance between the innate Taoist embryo and the sacred body of the ancients. Or maybe it's because of other reasons. I don't know how to face you. I thought that maybe as long as I kept a distance, I could gradually let go, but I found that I still couldn't let go. So I came to you. As Jiang Xingyi spoke, her delicate body pressed against Jun Xiaoyao. She stretched out her jade-like arms and wrapped them around Jun Xiaoyao's neck. Although Jun Xiaoyao was only 14 years old, he was tall and slender, looking like a jade tree. Jiang Xingyi was already considered very tall, but in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was still half a head shorter than him. Sister Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He wasn't a saint or a monk, nor was he Lu Xiaohui, who was unperturbed. As a transmigrator, his mind couldn't be that of a 14-year-old. He was a veteran, but Jun Xiaoyao also had his own principles. He wasn't a man who was blinded by lust. Otherwise, with Jun Xiaoyao's status, it would be easy for him to get tens of thousands of women. Which woman didn't covet his body? Bai Yu or Wu Mingyue, Su Ziqiang, but Jun Xiaoyao didn't like them. Not just any woman could take Jun Xiaoyao's first time. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have time to think about it now. But the current situation made Jun Xiaoyao feel a little awkward. After all, Jiang Xingyi was his aunt in name. Although they weren't related by blood, it didn't seem to have a good influence. Jun Xiaoyao could barely suppress the effect of the drug, but Jiang Xingyi couldn't suppress it. Her brain seemed to be fried. She already had inexplicable feelings for Jun Xiaoyao. Now, with the drug's effect, it was even more impossible for her to resist. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were like autumn water. She raised her beautiful face and offered her red lips to Jun Xiaoyao's. Damn, why am I the one who gets raped every time? Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but complain in his heart. Jiang Luli also kissed him forcefully before. Now it was Jiang Xingyi's turn. Chapter 300. Jun Xiaoyao had never taken the initiative to get close to any woman, because no woman was qualified to make Jun Xiaoyao pay attention to her. In the eyes of outsiders, Jun Xiaoyao was the cold, white moonlight, an existence that all women could only dream of. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was kissed by force, although it was forced by the situation. Not only that, but there was also the lilac tongue. Well, it could only be understood but not described. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly shocked, but he still separated Jiang Xingyi. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were drowsy at the moment, and her hair was messy. Her snow-white clothes were also slightly messy. It was as if she had transformed from a celestial being of the Moon Palace into a peerless beauty of the mortal world. This transformation from a holy fairy to a charming beauty was definitely enough to make any man lose his mind and go crazy. Not to mention that Jiang Xingyi was so proactive. But Jun Xiaoyao still kept his mind clear. It was not that he was calm, but he also knew that if he really went with the flow, how would he face Jiang Xingyi when she woke up? Jun Xiaoyao was indeed heartless sometimes, but it was limited to enemies and chess pieces. Jiang Xingyi was half a family, so Jun Xiaoyao naturally did not want to cheat her. As for Jiang Xingyi's feelings, to be honest, Jun Xiaoyao did not expect it. Is it because of the innate Taoist embryo and the sacred body of the ancients? Jun Xiaoyao could only attribute it to this. Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi's face was red, her voice was sweet, and her snow-white clothes were half undone. Her skin was like ice and snow, like a jade beauty. This scene was really pleasing to the eye, and it was not something that ordinary men could resist. Sai Luoli, that girl, I must spank her ass when I get back. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Jun Xiaoyao could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It was only in this situation that Jun Xiaoyao felt somewhat helpless. After that, Jun Xiaoyao suppressed the medicinal effects in his body while helping Jiang Xingyi suppress them. Fortunately, nothing went wrong in the end. As for Jiang Luoli, she didn't dare to return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace because of her guilty conscience. The effects of the medicine lasted for a long time. It had to be said that Jiang Zuling's words weren't a lie. Even a true god powerhouse would find it hard to resist this medicinal strength. Jun Xiaoyao was barely able to suppress it because of his special constitution and low intake. By the time Jiang Xingyi regained his consciousness, a long time had already passed. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were hazy, and she felt a dull pain on her forehead. Her jade-like hands gently caressed her temples. While she was still trying to recall what had happened, she heard a gentle voice. "Sister Xingyi, you're awake." Jiang Xingyi looked over and saw Jun Xiaoyao sitting cross-legged. He was dressed in white and was as calm as water. "Xiaoyao, how could I?" Jiang Xingyi tried hard to recall. Then she recalled some memories. She took the initiative, offering her red lips and trying to push Jun Xiaoyao down. How could I?" Jiang Xingyi froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Her face was as pale as paper. How could she do such a thing? Ridiculous. It was too ridiculous. "Sister Xingyi, there's a misunderstanding." Jun Xiaoyao didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that Jiang Luoli drugged the tea. In the end, Jiang Xingyi was the one who fell for it. This was too melodramatic. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what to say. Don't say it. You heard those words too. Jiang Xingyi's jade-like neck turned red. She wanted nothing more than to bury her head in the ground like an ostrich. The words she was referring to were naturally those words of longing, confession, and the like. Jun Xiaoyao was silent for a moment, then nodded. Forget it, Xiaoyao. Forget those words. Jiang Xingyi got up and was about to leave. Jun Xiaoyao looked up slightly and said calmly, I still prefer the gentle and amiable sister Xingyi who talked and laughed with me in the secret treasure of Yuantian. Jiang, Xingyi stopped in her tracks. Her crystal-clear eyes were faintly sparkling. She still left. Sigh, I can't believe that such a melodramatic plot would happen to me. I'd rather fight 10 Princess Longji than face such a thing. Jun Xiaoyao felt a headache coming on. Of course, when it came to relationships, Jun Xiaoyao was also very rational. He wouldn't make careless promises. Right now, he just wanted to be an emotionless cultivation machine. Love would only slow down the speed of his cultivation. As for relationships, he'd leave it to fate. To be fair, Jiang Xingyi's appearance, talent, strength, and status were all second to none in the immortal realm. There weren't many women in the immortal realm who could compare to Jiang Xingyi. It was just that this matter happened a little too suddenly. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't handle it for the time being. Moreover, Jiang Xingyi's identity as his little aunt Ahem. Although they weren't related by blood, it was still a little sensitive. On the other side, Jiang Luoli also found that the Heavenly Emperor Palace didn't seem to be doing anything. Could it be that the medicine cousin gave me didn't have any effect? Or did Brother Xiaoyao not take it? Jiang Luoli rolled her big eyes. To be honest, she was a little scared. At first, it was purely out of impulse. Seeing how outstanding Jun Xiaoyao was and how he was surrounded by so many beautiful women, she couldn't help but wonder. Jiang Luoli really didn't feel safe. Now that she came back to her senses, Jiang Luoli also realized that she wasn't ready. She didn't even understand what was going on. Before, in the lower realms, Xiao Maxian had mocked Jiang Luoli for not even doing that with Jun Xiaoyao. Forget it. When I grow a little taller, I'll do it with Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli comforted herself. A few days passed. During these days, Jun Xiaoyao also found Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli was very obedient and quickly admitted it. Jun Xiaoyao also spanked her as a punishment. However, he didn't say anything about Jiang Xingyi. After all, Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli were as close as sisters. If Jiang Luoli learned of this matter, who knew what would happen in the end? Perhaps something even more melodramatic would happen. In order to avoid such unnecessary trouble, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be bothered to mention it. That was a secret that only belonged to Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Xingyi. Next, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to set off for the Jiang family. To be honest, this was Jun Xiaoyao's first time visiting his mother's family. Jun Xiaoyao was also quite curious about the Jiang family, which was also one of the 3 imperial families of the remote antiquity. This time because he was going to visit his grandfather. Jun Xiaoyao didn't bring any followers. Only Jiang Rou, Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, Jiang Zuling, and the others went with him. They happened to be returning to the Jiang family together. Outside the Jun family's mountain gate, a gorgeous ship was hovering in the void. Jun Xiaoyao appeared and found that Jiang Rou and the others were already standing on the ship. Jiang Xingyi was also there. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy descending to the mortal world. As the wind blew, her black hair fluttered in the wind, giving her heart-stirring beauty. When Jiang Xingyi saw Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, her expression was calm, as if she had completely forgotten about that matter. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. On the other hand, Jiang Luoli stepped forward with a smile, held Jun Xiaoyao's arm and said, Brother Xiaoyao, this is your first time going to the Jiang family, right? Is this considered returning to your mother's home? Jun Xiaoyao knocked Jiang Luoli's little head. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Jiang Xingyi turned her face to the other side, not looking at Jiang Luoli's intimacy with him. Jun Xiaoyao was silent. He clearly didn't do anything, So why did it feel like he had become a scumbag and heartless man? Chapter 301. The Jiang family of the ancients was located in Qingzhou, one of the 3,000 mystical states in the Huangtian mystic realm. It was quite far away from the emperor state where the Jun family was located. However, most of the mystical states had teleportation portals between them, so it didn't take too long to get there. Jun Xiaoyao's trip this time didn't alert anyone, nor did he announce it on a large scale. The Jiang family also didn't spread the news that Jiang Daoxiu was seriously ill. After all, if something happened to a supreme honorable, it would have a great impact on an immortal family. Not all immortal forces were like the Jun family, who could easily find a group of supreme honorable cultivators from their ancestral temple. The Jiang family had a deep foundation, so they couldn't have too few supreme honorable cultivators, but they couldn't have as many as the Jun family. They were still a top-notch existence among the immortal forces, just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others were on their way back. In a mystical state located in the extreme north of the Huangtian mystic realm, there were even some immortal forces that had declined to the point where they only had 2 or 3 supreme honorable cultivators. Only those immortal forces had the risk of falling from their pedestal. Although the Jiang family's foundation was slightly weaker than the Jun family's, it wasn't too far off. It's the Jiang family's honor to have a marriage alliance with one of our people. Should we send someone now? Of course. I believe that the Jiang family won't reject our goodwill. It's the Jiang family's honor to have a marriage alliance with my son. Of course. Although the Jiang family's goddess has an innate Taoist fetus, it's still a good match for our young emperor. Within an ancient land of the clan, a voice could be heard. Someone has already sent news that the old man of the Jiang family's condition may not be good. Haha, this is our chance. We've been waiting for him to have such a day. They were heading toward Qingzhou, where the Jiang family of the ancients was located. Qingzhou was one of the more prosperous states among the 3,000 mystical states in the Huangtian mystic realm. That's right. I believe the Jiang family will know what's good for them. The conversation died down. Not long after, a group of cultivators rose into the sky from the ancient land of the tribe. Mountains were stacked and dragon veins were gathered. Spiritual qi was abundant. Is this the Azure province where the mother clan is located? It is indeed a spiritual land. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but praise. Young master, you finally returned to your hometown, Jiang Zuling flattered. Heavenly treasures, outstanding people, and a blessed land. It was a pure land. Its area was not much smaller than the imperial state where the Jun family was located. Jun Xiaoyao was able to sense the spiritual beauty of the land as soon as he entered the borders of Qingzhou on the ship. Moreover, the Jiang family might also have a candidate for the position of young master. Jun Xiaoyao was not a greedy person. He was already the son of God of the Jun family, Sequence 0, and the holy son of the Holy Spirit College. With so many noble identities, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about the identity of the young master of the Jiang clan. Don't you think it's still too early to call me that? Jun Xiaoyao asked. With his talent, strength, and his mother, Jiang Ro, who used to be a goddess, it was almost no problem for him to be the young master of the Jiang clan. However, Jun Xiaoyao's surname was still Jun, not Jiang. He didn't force it and let nature take its course. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao and the others finally approached the Jiang clan's location. Looking around, it was a pure land with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. What are you talking about? Other than the Son of God, no one else can be the young master of the Jiang clan. Jiang Zuling continued to flatter. Back when he was in the lower worlds, he had already made up his mind to cling to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and didn't say anything. At a glance, one could feel a magnificent aura. They couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a clan of the ancients. If it were a cultivator who hadn't seen much of the world, they would definitely be stunned when they saw this scene. However, with Jun Xiaoyao's identity, he had seen all kinds of scenes. The mountains towered into the clouds, the dragon veins undulated, and the spirit qi was dense. It was like a paradise on earth. Many divine islands floated in the void, and countless stars rotated in the sky like an ancient array. On the ground, there were countless majestic cities, pavilions, and palaces. Wasn't his background a bit too luxurious? The ship Jun Xiaoyao was on also attracted the attention of some members of the Jiang clan. They looked over. The Jun clan's wealth was no less than the Jiang clan's. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too surprised, but there was a touch of amazement in his eyes. Is this my mother's family? It's not much worse than the Jun clan, Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed. In the end, when their eyes fell on Jun Xiaoyao, the eyes of many members of the Jiang clan instantly froze. Because Jun Xiaoyao suddenly decided to come. The Jiang clan didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao would come. This time, there was an uproar. Goddess Jiang Xingyi and the others have returned to the clan. Goddess Jiang Ro is also here. Also, that is, many members of the Jiang clan first glanced at Jiang Xingyi, then looked at Jiang Ro with surprise. After all, Jiang Ro had been married to the Jun clan for many years, and it was impossible for her to come back often. Many people exclaimed in surprise from all directions. Some members of the Jiang clan hurriedly sent messages to inform everyone. However, it was said that Jun Xiaoyao's arrival was a big deal for the Jiang clan. Oh my God, the son of God of the Jun clan is here. What? The son of God of the Jun clan came to the Jiang clan? This is too strange, too strange. Isn't this normal? The son of God of the Jun clan has half of the Jiang clan's blood flowing in his body, so he can be considered half a member of the Jiang clan. Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that he would have such a great influence in the Jiang clan. The young people of the Jiang clan all looked at him with admiration, and some of the young girls of the Jiang clan even had sparkling eyes. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. On the ship, Jiang Luoli saw this scene with a smile on her small face, revealing 2 dimples. She said to Jun Xiaoyao, Brother Xiaoyao, although this is your first time returning to the Jiang clan, your reputation in the Jiang clan is not weak. Many young people of the Jiang clan regard you as their idol. Is that so? A man and a woman were cultivating and discussing Tao. One of the young girls was about 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was smooth and her face was beautiful. She had an excellent figure and proud curves. They had heard Jun Xiaoyao's name so many times that they were sick of hearing it. Now that they saw him for the first time, they were indeed stunned. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's arrival spread quickly on a spiritual mountain in the Jiang clan. Chu Han, when the immortal ancient world ends, we can get married, the man said gently. Okay. The young girl named Jiang Chu Han nodded slightly. There was not much joy in her expression, but there was also not much resistance. The man in front of her was not a member of the Jiang clan, but he was a prodigy of the Jiang clan with a different surname. The most eye-catching thing was her long blue hair that reached her hips and swayed slightly in the wind. The man beside the young girl was about 20 years old. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked handsome. There was a special aura around him that caused the surrounding void to distort slightly. It was as if he could control the void with just a wave of his hand. She was very obedient and listened to the arrangements of the Jiang clan. Anyway, the man in front of her was definitely at the level of an undying descendant in terms of strength and talent. He was worthy of her. Seeing that Jiang Chuhan did not object, a faint smile appeared in the man's eyes. He could only marry into the Jiang clan and be completely bound to the Jiang clan's war chariot. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli would naturally not do such a thing. So, only Jiang Chuhan was left. He was doing well in the Jiang clan. Next, after the marriage with Jiang Chuhan, he might even be able to compete for the position of the young clan master. The man smiled. He was very confident in himself and believed that he had the ability to do so. At this moment, one of Jiang Chuhin's maidservants suddenly rushed over. Her face was flushed with excitement. Miss Chuhan, something big happened. Chapter 302. What happened? Jiang Chuhan raised her eyes and looked at her maid. This was the base of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. What could happen here? Miss, you definitely won't be able to guess who has come to our Jiang family. The servant girl's face was flushed red. She was very excited. Who is it? Jiang Chuhan was curious. Her maid had never been so excited when the young masters of the immortal forces came to visit in the past. The son of God of the Jun family is here, the maid said excitedly. What? Jiang Chuhan's calmness was instantly shattered. This name could be said to reverberate like thunder. After defeating Princess Longji, Jun Xiaoyao had become the most famous young supreme being in the Huangtian mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao was also considered half a member of the Jiang family. Many young people of the Jiang family also felt honored and regarded Jun Xiaoyao as their idol. Jiang Chuhan was no exception. She was the pride of the Jiang family and had the mystical water spirit body. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, her status was second only to Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli. However, even she was curious about the rumored son of God of the Jun family. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chuhan couldn't help but be curious. She flew up into the sky, ignoring the man beside her. The man in the luxurious robe, Hua Yuanxiu, changed his expression slightly. It's the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Why is he here? Hua Yuanxiu was surprised. Looking at Jiang Chuhan's back, Hua Yuanxiu's eyes darkened and a dark light flashed in his eyes. He pondered for a moment, then followed after them. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao and the others had already entered the Jiang family. They were surrounded by many members of the Jiang family. With so many people watching, Jun Xiaoyao felt like a monkey in a zoo. The son of God of the Jun family is just like the rumors. He has the looks of an immortal. That's right. The stranger is like jade. The divine son is unparalleled. Countless young ladies of the Jiang family had fallen for Jun Xiaoyao's looks and temperament. This was because Jun Xiaoyao was too perfect. No matter how one looked at it, he was impeccable and had no shortcomings. In terms of looks, even someone as good-looking as Jiang Luoli fell for him at first glance, thinking that he was the most handsome in the celestial realm. In terms of talent, he was a 14-year-old noble in the reaching heaven state. He also had the sacred body of the ancients and the bones of supremacy. In terms of strength, even an ancient freak like Princess Longji could only lose pathetically. She couldn't hurt Jun Xiaoyao at all. In terms of status, he was the son of God of the Jun family Sequence 0 and the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit College. Even in the Jiang family, his status was not to be underestimated. No matter how one looked at it, Jun Xiaoyao was impeccable. In the entire Huangtian mystic realm, was there a second person as perfect as Yi Futian? It was no wonder that these young ladies of the Jiang family who were yearning for love had fallen for him. Jiang Luoli, who was standing at the side, was a little smug. She also felt honored that Jun Xiaoyao was in the limelight, because she had already decided that Jun Xiaoyao was her man. How could she not be happy that her man was in the limelight? At that moment, some powerful auras appeared in the distance. They were middle-aged men and beautiful middle-aged women. When they saw Jun Xiaoyao, they stared at him as if he was a treasure. Is this Xiaoyao? TSK, this is the first time I've seen him. This young man is so handsome. He has indeed inherited the excellent bloodline of the Jiang family. These people walked to Jun Xiaoyao's side and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Every one of them had a kind and satisfied smile on their faces. Jun Xiaoyao could vaguely feel that their auras were very strong. The weakest of them was at the saint level. Come, Xiaoyao, this is your 7th aunt, this is your 8th aunt, and this is your 3rd uncle, 2nd uncle, 4th uncle. Jiang Ro greeted with a smile on her face. Jun Xiaoyao was a little embarrassed. It seemed that his mother, Jiang Ro, was the most prosperous family in the Jiang family. Xiaoyao greets all the elders. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and greeted them one by one. His attitude made the relatives of the Jiang family smile even more. The more they looked at him, the more satisfied they were. The surrounding Jiang family members were also sighing. With Jun Xiaoyao's status, no matter how unruly he was, they wouldn't be surprised. However, they didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so calm and polite. Previously, there were rumors that the Son of God was unruly and arrogant. Now it seems that they were all rumors. Yes, the Son of God's personality is really good. Jun Xiaoyao's actions undoubtedly won the favor of everyone in the Jiang family. Jiang Ro was also very pleased. What she was most afraid of was that Jun Xiaoyao had stayed in the Jun family since he was young and would feel a sense of rejection and distance from the Jiang family. Now it seemed that she didn't have to worry about this at all. Since that's the case, we can consider asking the family to give Xiaoyao an identity, Jiang Ro muttered to herself. At this moment, 2 more streaks of light flew over from afar. The light dissipated, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a light blue tassel dress. Her water blue hair swayed in the wind. Her skin was fair and beautiful, and she looked delicate and delicate. On the other hand, the man had a jade-like complexion and was extraordinarily handsome. They were Jiang Chuhan and Hua Yuanxiu, who had rushed over. Jiang Chuhan caught sight of Jun Xiaoyao among the crowd right away, and her heart skipped a beat. Seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. Jiang Chuhan originally thought that Hua Yuanxiu beside her was already an extremely outstanding man. However, compared to the immortal-like young man whose robes were whiter than snow, there was still no comparison at all. Jun Xiaoyao just stood there as if he was the center of the world, stealing everyone's attention. Hua Yuanxiu also looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too deep and unfathomable. It was like a black hole. He even deliberately checked, but found that he couldn't detect Jun Xiaoyao's aura at all. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed Jiang Chuhan and Hua Yuanxiu. Jun Xiaoyao only glanced at Jiang Chuhan. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Hua Yuanxiu. Not an ordinary constitution. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao look at him, Hua Yuanxiu felt as if there was a thorn in his back and a fishbone in his throat. It was as if he had been seen through. Jiang Chuhan greets, Lord Son of God. Jiang Chuhan stepped forward and bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. You're too polite. Jun Xiaoyao smiled politely. As for Hua Yuanxiu, he just cupped his hands slightly at Jun Xiaoyao and didn't say anything. Jiang Zuling, on the other hand, sent a voice transmission to Jun Xiaoyao and gave him a brief introduction. I see. This man named Hua Yuanxiu actually has the legendary Void King body. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The Void King body was an extremely powerful constitution that could control the power of the void. This constitution not only allowed one to move at extreme speed and come and go without a trace, but it also allowed one to merge with the void. In addition, it could also control the void and use spatial techniques, such as spatial cages. This kind of powerful Void Emperor physique was able to reach the pinnacle every time it was born. As long as it didn't die, it could at least become a supreme being. It was no wonder that the Jiang family thought so highly of Hua Yuanxiu. Even though he was a prodigy with a different surname, the Jiang family still nurtured him wholeheartedly. They could even let him marry into the Jiang family and let him marry into the Jiang family. Hua Yuanxiu's indifferent attitude made some of the younger members of the Jiang family faintly unhappy. Although Jun Xiaoyao's surname wasn't Jiang, half of the Jiang family's blood flowed in his body. However, Hua Yuanxiu was a true prodigy with a different surname. He didn't have any Jiang family bloodline at all. In their opinion, how could Hua Yuanxiu treat Jun Xiaoyao with such a perfunctory attitude? Chapter 303. As for Jun Xiaoyao himself, he didn't care about Hua Yuanxiu's attitude. The imperial body of the void was very strong, but Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid of it at all. What was that saying again? I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about the imperial body or the divine body, because no body could compare to his sacred body of the ancients. He also ignored Hua Yuanxiu. He just nodded at Jiang Chuhan and chatted for a while. Jiang Chuhan suddenly felt flattered, and a happy smile appeared on her face. This made Hua Yuanxiu extremely unhappy. His engagement with Jiang Chuhan had been confirmed. After the opportunity in the immortal ancient world ended, they would be married. At that time, he would officially become a member of the Jiang family and even be qualified to become the young master of the Jiang family. Hua Yuanxiu had been coveting the identity of the young master of the Jiang family for a long time. Only with this identity could he truly receive the full support and cultivation of the Jiang family. Although he couldn't compete for the position of the family head because he didn't have the bloodline of the Jiang family, he was more than qualified to be the deputy family head or the grand elder in the future. The marriage with Jiang Chuhan was one of the most important links. Now, looking at Jiang Chuhan, who was chatting happily with Jun Xiaoyao and blushing slightly, Hua Yuanxiu felt that something was wrong. He always felt that there was a green grassland above his head. Well, Sister Xiaoyao, are you done chatting? Let's take Brother Xiaoyao into the family to rest. Jiang Luoli stepped forward and deliberately held Jun Xiaoyao's arm as if she was declaring her sovereignty. Jiang Chuhan came back to her senses and blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. Jun Xiaoyao could only pretend that he didn't see it. After all, there was nothing he could do about her charm. Then, the Jiang family led Jun Xiaoyao into a luxurious hall in the family land. Xiaoyao, do you want to rest? Jiang Ro asked. Yes, Brother Xiaoyao, you should rest, Jiang Luoli said. No need. I'll go visit Grandpa first. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. His attitude moved the Jiang family even more. Jun Xiaoyao still cared a lot about the Jiang family. Under this subtle influence, Jun Xiaoyao had also subdued the members of the Jiang family. In the depths of the Jiang family, there was a palace filled with an ancient aura. Normally, no one was allowed to approach this place. This was because this was the place where the supreme martial artists of the Jiang clan usually rested and recuperated. Supremes, no matter which immortal power they were placed in, they would be like pillars of support, their status transcendent. At this moment, under the lead of Jiang Ro and some Jiang family elders, Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrived outside the main hall. An elder stepped forward and cupped his hands, reporting to Grand Elder, "Someone requests an audience." "Didn't I say that I won't see anyone?" An old voice came from the depths of the palace, reporting to Grand Supreme Elder, "Miss Jiang Ro and Jun Xiaoyao have returned." "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the palace that had been sealed for a long time suddenly opened. "Enter." Everyone on the scene entered the space. Jun Xiaoyao also stepped in. At a glance, the interior of the palace was not a palace, but a small world with a universe inside. Dense spiritual fog, jade grass, and various 10,000-year-old herbs grew between the cliffs. There were also spirit beasts leaping and red-crowned cranes spreading their wings. In such a small world, there were 9 spiritual mountains. At this moment, there were 4 figures sitting cross-legged on each of the 4 spiritual mountains. There was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful face, a sloppy middle-aged man with yellow teeth and black clothes, and a bald old man. However, without exception, their auras were very powerful, as if they contained a terrifying divine power that could crush the heavens. Without a doubt, these people were all supreme martial artists. However, Jun Xiaoyao locked his gaze on an old man with white eyebrows. The old man was wearing a simple hemp robe, his hair and beard were all white, and his back was a little hunched. He looked very old. Moreover, his body even emitted a decaying aura, and he was like a piece of rotten wood that was about to rot. But even then, the old man's aura was deep and terrifying to the extreme, and every single breath he took caused the heavens to tremble because of him. Without a doubt, this old man with white eyebrows was Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Ro's father, Jiang Daoxiu. "Xiaoyao, it's you." Jiang Daoxiu's originally calm and aged face was instantly broken when he saw Jun Xiaoyao. It was difficult to imagine that a supreme martial artist would lose his composure like this, and his hunched figure trembled slightly. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands respectfully when he saw this, and then he bowed deeply. Grandchild June, Xiaoyao greets grandfather. I hope grandfather doesn't blame me for coming to see you so late. Haha. Xiaoyao, it's good that you were able to come. Jiang Daoshu's figure blurred, and in the next moment he appeared before Jun Xiaoyao. He took a good look at Jun Xiaoyao with his old eyes before laughing all of a sudden. As expected of my grandson, you're outstanding. You're destined to stand at the peak of the 9 heavens immortal realm and look down upon the world. The elders and the people of the Jiang clan took a deep breath after hearing Jiang Daoshu's words. Their eyes were filled with indescribable astonishment. The weight of the words was too heavy. Most importantly, the person who said it was a 9 heavens supreme expert. Normally, 9 heavens supreme experts would not speak recklessly, as it might result in great consequences. However, Jiang Daoshu had just said it without any hesitation. Jun Xiaorao understood that Jiang Daoshu must have seen through the god's origin in his body with a single glance. It was the reason why Jiang Daoshu was impressed. Father! Jiang Ro's eyes reddened when she saw Jiang Daoshu, the reason being that Jiang Daoshu had aged a lot. In the early years, Jiang Daoshu had conquered many places for the sake of the Jiang clan and had left behind many ailments. Now, even with his cultivation of the 9 heavens supreme realm, he was struggling to suppress the ailments. Currently, he had no choice but to cultivate in seclusion in the Qinkuan small world. Hee, little girl, why are you crying? I'm happy that Xiaoyao is here today, Jiang Daoshu said with a smile. Boss, you're quite lucky to have such a great grandson. The other 3 9 heavens supreme experts sitting on the mystical mountains smiled too. By the way, Xiaoyao, I have a gift for you. I was planning to give it to you during your 10-year-old feast, but it's not too late to give it to you now. Jiang Daoshu suddenly thought of something. He took out a badge. The word Jiang was carved on the badge. This is... The eyes of the people of the Jiang clan froze when they saw the badge. Jiang Chuhan, Jiang Luoli, Jiang Xingyi, and the others were astounded too. That's the young master badge of our Jiang clan. An elder of the Jiang clan took a deep breath. The young master badge represented the identity of the Jiang clan's young master, just like Jun Xiaoyao's son of God badge represented his identity as the son of God of the Jun clan. The Jiang clan could only have one young master, and it had to be a male. Therefore, it was impossible for Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, and the others to get the young master badge. Speaking of which, it was strange that the current generation of the Jiang clan seemed to have more females than males. Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, Jiang Chuhan, and the others were all blessed by the heavens and had extraordinary talents. On the contrary, there were no outstanding young men. The only one, Jiang Zuling, could only be considered decent. The Jiang clan was also not like the Jun clan, which had the famous 10 sequences. Therefore, the position of the Jiang clan's young master was put aside. Originally, the person most likely to get the position of young master was Hua Yuanxiu. As long as he married into the Jiang clan and became a member of the Jiang clan, he would be qualified to get the position. But now everything was settled. Hua Yuanxiu had been planning, working hard, and fighting for this goal for a long time. Jun Xiaoyao was able to get his hands on it, just like that. Hua Yuanxiu's brain exploded with a bang. Blood rushed to his head. He didn't know where the courage came from, but he couldn't help but ask, "May I be so bold as to ask, is this a little hasty?" Chapter 304. Hua Yuanxiu did not know why he had the guts to ask. He regretted it as soon as he spoke. The surrounding Jiang family members also looked at Hua Yuanxiu in shock. This was the Grand Elder's decision. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, it was definitely not something a junior like Hua Yuanxiu could interrupt. "What are you talking about, Yuanxiu?" Jiang Chuhin's face turned pale. This was the first time she felt that Hua Yuanxiu was so reckless. Hua Yuanxiu had always been calm and indifferent in front of her, but now he had lost his composure. Jiang Daoxiu frowned slightly. He had been recuperating in seclusion in the universe, small world, all year round. So he did not know much about the juniors in the family. Yuan Xiao, you're too presumptuous. An elder hurried forward and cupped his hands at Jiang Daoxiu. I'm sorry, Grand Elder. This is a prodigy with a different surname that I recruited. He has the Void Emperor physique and is extraordinarily talented. He wholeheartedly works for the Jiang family. Those who are not of our family have different intentions. Jiang Daoxiu's tone was indifferent. As a dignified prime expert, he would not lower himself to argue with a junior. However, this sentence made Hua Yuanqiu's face turn extremely ugly. Indeed, no matter how talented he was, even if he had the Void Emperor physique, as long as he was not a member of the Jiang family, he would never be able to gain the trust and nurture of the Jiang family. What about Jun Xiaorao? Even if his surname was Jun, half of the Jiang family's blood flowed in his body. In addition to his talent, strength, and influence, no one would say anything even if he directly became the Jiang family's young master. Damn it. Hua Yuanqiu clenched his fists tightly, unable to calm down. He had struggled for a long time, but could not get it. Jun Xiaoyao could easily get his hands on it. How unfair was the heavens to him! Jun Xiaoyao also noticed the coldness in Hua Yuanqiu's eyes. You're not convinced. Jun Xiaoyao was very straightforward and asked directly. Hua Yuanqiu took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. How would I dare not to be convinced by the Son of God? Although he said that, everyone could hear the faint resentment in Hua Yuanqiu's voice. Make your move. Don't say that this Son of God didn't give you a chance. Jun Xiaoyao was also very straightforward. The one with the bigger fist was the absolute truth. Hua Yuanqiu's eyes flickered. For a moment, he couldn't figure out Jun Xiaoyao's intentions. If he attacked Jun Xiaoyao, wouldn't it be even more offensive? At that time, he was afraid that the Jiang family would dislike him. You don't have to worry. If you can defeat this Son of God, I can give you the position of young master of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, Are you serious? Hua Yuanqiu's eyes flashed. That's right, but there's a condition. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. So there are conditions. Hua Yuanqiu chuckled. This was not out of his expectations. Jun Xiaoyao was not a fool. How could he give the position of young master to Hua Yuanqiu so easily? Moreover, Hua Yuanqiu had the Void King physique. In terms of strength, he was ranked among the top prodigies. It would not be that easy for Jun Xiaoyao to deal with him. One move to determine the winner. If this Son of God can't defeat you in one move, it's my loss. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything. As soon as he said that, the faces of all the Jiang family members froze completely. If Jun Xiaoyao couldn't defeat Hua Yuanqiu in one move, it was his loss. What kind of courage was this? Son of God is too arrogant. Is this the mentality of a powerhouse? Ah, so handsome. I like Son of God more and more. What should I do? The surrounding young people of the Jiang family exclaimed in shock. The young girls of the Jiang family also screamed. The admiration in their eyes was so strong that it could not be dispersed. The Jiang family members knew Hua Yuanqiu's strength best. Even Jiang Zuling was no match for Hua Yuanqiu. Most importantly, Hua Yuanqiu had the Void King physique. Taking a step back, even if he was no match for Jun Xiaoyao, he could rely on the power of the Void King physique to survive one move. Unless Jun Xiaoyao could absolutely crush Hua Yuanqiu, it would be absolutely impossible to defeat him in one move. What, is Son of God joking? Even Hua Yuanqiu himself felt that it was unbelievable and thought that he had heard wrongly. He had the Void King physique, which was one of a kind in history. He could control the power of the void. No matter how weak he was, it was impossible that he could not survive one move, right? Does this Son of God look like he's joking? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. A bright light flashed across Jiang Daoshu's eyes as well. He was more and more satisfied with his grandson. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to show off his skills and completely convince the crowd. Such a meticulous temperament was simply not something that a 14-year-old youth should have. All right, if that's the case, then I'll learn from you. Hua Yuanxiu was in high spirits, and a divine light flashed across his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao did not waste any time and directly struck out with his palm. Immortal light surged, divine energy surged, and chaos filled the air. Heaven and earth were overturned. When the palm struck out, it was as if heaven and earth were collapsing, and it shook the entire Qian Kuan small world. How is this possible? This terrifying power was as if the sky was collapsing. Hua Yuanxiu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly pushed his body to the limit. The void around him trembled, and a terrifying great void palm print slapped out. However, this move was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Under Jun Xiaoyao's push, Hua Yuanxiu had no power to resist at all. He could not even make a splash. Hua Yuanxiu's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and urged his body to merge with the void. No matter what, he had to survive this move first. However, what made Hua Yuanxiu terrified was that he could not merge with the void. His body seemed to have malfunctioned. Looking at the trembling Hua Yuanxiu, a hint of mockery flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. His move was mixed with a trace of the universe's origin energy. The origin energy sealed the void in all directions. How could Hua Yuanxiu escape? Even if he had the Void Emperor physique, he could not escape unless his cultivation level was much higher than Jun Xiaoyao's. There was a loud bang. Hua Yuanxiu felt as if he had been crushed by an ancient giant elephant. All the bones in his body made cracking sounds, and he spat out blood and some of his broken organs. His entire body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the cliff in the distance. His hair was disheveled, his aura was weak, and his body was covered in blood. One move. He defeated the Void Emperor physique. The surroundings were silent. Everyone in the Jiang family was shocked. No one had expected Jun Xiaoyao to be so powerful. He could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. Great! Jiang Daoshu was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was too dazzling. Jiang Daoshu knew that when he was the same age as Jun Xiaoyao, he was far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not have the bearing of a supreme anymore. He had the bearing of a Dharch. He even had the bearing of becoming an immortal. Is this the invincible power of the Son of God? He defeated the Void Emperor physique with one move. He's too powerful. It's the Jiang family's honor for the Son of God to be the young master of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao's performance had completely conquered everyone in the Jiang family. Even the few elders who admired Hua Yuanxiu before were speechless at this moment. They had to admit that Jun Xiaoyao was much more outstanding than Hua Yuanxiu. Hua Yuanxiu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He finally understood. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to give him a chance at all. Instead, he used him as a stepping stone to establish his prestige. Jun Xiaoyao was 2F** King Sinister. Now, if anyone wants to challenge me, I, the Son of God, can accept it. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Hua Yuanxiu with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Then he looked around and said, "Long live the young master." Jiang Zuling, the lackey, was the first to shout, "Long live the young master." The rest of the Jiang family members also shouted, completely convinced. Even Jiang Chuhan couldn't help but look at Jun Xiaoyao with admiration in her eyes. In comparison, Hua Yuanxiu, who she thought was decent before, was in such a sorry state now. There was simply no comparison between the two of them. Jiang Chuhan couldn't help but feel a little upset at the thought of marrying such a person after the immortal ancient world ended. Jun Xiaoyao's identity as the young master of the Jiang family had been confirmed. At this moment, outside the Qian Kuan small world, an elder entered and bowed. "Reporting to Grand Elder, The Wang family of the North is here. The Wang family of the North? What are they doing here? Jiang Daoshi was suspicious. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The Wang family of the North? It seemed that young Master Ditang, who was said to have the bearing of a great emperor, was from the Wang family of the North? What were they doing here? Chapter 305. The Jiang family and the Wang family did not have much contact. They did not interact much, nor did they have any grudges. They were like passers-by. It was because of this that Jiang Daoshi was curious. Why did the Wang family of the North come to the Jiang family? This time, there seems to be a quasi-supreme venerable in the Wang family's group. It seems that they are here to discuss something with our Jiang family, said the elder. Generally speaking, when a quasi-supreme venerable appeared, there must be something important to discuss. As for coming to provoke, that was not the case. The Jiang family was not an existence that anyone could casually provoke. Although the Wang family of the North was powerful, they would not be foolish enough to become enemies with the Jiang family for no reason. Moreover, if they really wanted to provoke the Jiang family, they would not just send a quasi-supreme venerable. That would be no different from sending food to the Jiang family. Go and take a look, Jiang Daoshi said with a wave of his hand. His body was not in good condition, so it was not good for him to appear. Come, Jiang Rou, Xiaoyao, accompany me for a chat, Jiang Daoshi said with a kind smile. He had a feeling that his body could not hold on for much longer. In these limited days, enjoying the happiness of family was the last consolation. As for life and death, as a prime expert, Jiang Daoshi was already indifferent to it. Having lived to this level, Jiang Daoshi had already seen through many things. The only thing he was worried about was his family, Jiang Rou, Jun Xiaoyao, and other relatives. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. At the same time, he was also thinking, is there really no way to save grandfather? At the same time, some of the Jiang family elders also went outside to deal with the Wang family of the North. Outside the Jiang family's mountain gate, a group of people stopped in the sky. There were ancient beasts pulling carriages, ships flying in the sky, and banners with the word Wang written on them. The Wang family of the ancients was the supreme overlord of the extreme north of the Huangtian mystic realm. The family occupied more than 30 prefectures and was extremely prosperous. Even the Jiang family of the ancients, one of the 3 families, had to be careful when facing the Wang family of the North. The elders of the Jiang family all had solemn looks in their eyes. They did not understand why the Wang family of the North came to the Jiang family this time. The Wang family of the North and the Jiang family did not have much of a relationship. They were neither allies nor enemies. The 2 forces were like passers-by who did not interfere with each other. Now, the Wang clan of the North had actually come to the Jiang clan, and they were even led by a quasi-supreme. Clearly, the Wang clan had something to discuss with the Jiang clan. Hee, I didn't expect the northern overlord to come to our Jiang family. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling, said one of the Jiang family's elders politely. You're too polite. As expected of the Jiang family of the ancients, one of the 3 great families of the Yu dynasty. You have such a magnificent land that my Wang family of the North is ashamed of our inferiority. A majestic figure stood in the sky, giving off a heavy pressure. This wasn't something that could be done, but it was a natural aura. The Jiang clan elder did not mind the flattery of the Wang clan's quasi-supreme. Instead, he asked straightforwardly, May I know why you have gathered such a large force to my Jiang clan? Facing the Wang family of the North, although the Jiang family was cautious, they were not afraid. Friends are here, so there's good wine. Enemies are here, so there are sabers and swords. Hee, there's no need to be so vigilant. The Wang clan has come with absolute goodwill and sincerity. We want to form an alliance with the Jiang clan, said the quasi-supreme with a faint smile. Form an alliance. The Jiang clan elder was surprised. Their 2 great forces had nothing to do with each other. Why did the Wang clan have the intention of forming an alliance now? The old drunkard of your Jiang clan is good at divination. He should also know that a great era is coming, and the wind and clouds are surging. All sorts of impossible things can happen in this era. Even immortal powers can be destroyed in this era of great strife. Therefore, an alliance between our two clans is beneficial to both sides, said the Quasi-Supreme. The Jiang clan elders' eyes flickered. What he said was true. The arrival of a great era could indeed cause earth-shaking changes. Even the clan of the ancients, which had been passed down for countless eras, could not sit still. Then the Wang clan means. The Jiang clan elder hesitated. A marriage alliance, said the Quasi-Supreme. A marriage alliance. The Jiang clan elder raised his eyebrows. The Wang clan came all the way to the Jiang clan just for a marriage alliance? Yes, I believe you have heard of the name of the Wang clan's young emperor. The Quasi-Supreme raised his chin slightly, and there was a touch of pride in his tone. The Wang clan's young emperor, Wang Teng, was the pride of almost everyone in the Wang clan. For Wang Teng's rise, the Wang clan could pay any price. The name of the Wang clan's young emperor is well known. Who doesn't know you? The Jiang clan elder chuckled. If it was before, the Jiang clan elder might be envious that the Wang clan had such a talented son. But now, these Jiang clan elders were very calm, because the current young master of the Jiang clan was Jun Xiaoyao, an existence who was definitely not weaker than the Wang clan's young emperor. Seeing the somewhat perfunctory expression of the Jiang clan elder, the Wang clan Quasi-Supreme frowned slightly, but he still said, "There is someone in your Jiang clan who is worthy of the Wang clan's young emperor." "Oh, is that so? May I ask who it is?" The Jiang clan elder raised his eyebrows slightly. The Quasi-Supreme said that someone was worthy of the Wang clan's young emperor. These words were a bit of a belittling of the Jiang clan. The goddess of the Jiang clan, Jiang Xingyi, the Quasi-Supreme said. "What Xingyi?" The clan elders were slightly surprised. They didn't expect the Wang clan's young emperor to have his eyes on Jiang Xingyi. Jiang Xingyi had an innate Taoist embryo, and her future was limitless. Not to mention other things, if someone could become Jiang Xingyi's Taoist partner, the benefits would be endless. If they were to cultivate together, the innate Taoist embryo alone would be a great fortune. Obviously, the Wang clan's young emperor had this idea. Of course, in addition to this, Jiang Xingyi was indeed a peerless beauty, the best of the generation in the Huangtian mystic realm. "This is a bit sudden, and we have to ask for Xingyi's opinion," the Jiang clan elder said. "The prides of ordinary forces might be the tools of an alliance through marriage. But the Jiang clan of the ancients was strong, and they had a super powerful ally in the Jun clan. There was no need to sacrifice Jiang Xingyi's happiness in order to win over the Wang clan. Of course, if Jiang Xingyi was willing, it would be a different matter. At least the Jiang clan wouldn't force Jiang Xingyi to marry." Hearing this somewhat vague and ambiguous answer, the Quasi-Supreme of the Wang clan frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. The Wang clan's young emperor was a brilliant young paragon. In his mind, the Jiang family should have been very happy and agreed to it directly. But the Wang clan had long been prepared for this situation. The Quasi-Supreme of the Wang clan curled his lips into an inexplicable smile and said lightly, "As I said, the Wang clan came with sincerity and goodwill this time. Your Jiang clan's prime, Jiang Daoshu, who used to dominate everywhere, is in a bad situation now, isn't it?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Jiang clan elders instantly froze. Chapter 306. How could the Wang family know about Jiang Daoshu's condition? Jiang Daoshu had never fought in recent years and had been recuperating in the Qian Kuan small world. Logically speaking, the outside world should not know about this. "How did you know?" An elder of the Jiang family asked in a deep voice. They had been polite to the Wang family before, but now they were a little cold. The Wang family Quasi-Supreme smiled faintly and shook his head. "That's not important. What's important is that the Wang family is sincere in helping Jiang Daoshu recover." "What? Hearing this, the Jiang family elders' expressions changed slightly. They did not need to hide anything now, because the Wang family already knew about the situation. But if the Wang family could really save Jiang Daoxiu, it would be a great favor. After all, if a prime fell, it would be a great loss for a clan of the ancients like the Jiang family. Oh, the Wang family has a way to help me recover? At this moment, an old figure tore through the void and appeared. It was Jiang Daoxiu. Behind the Jiang family, Jiang Rou, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others also rushed over. Jiang Daoxiu's body was filled with a rotten aura. However, the pressure that belonged to a supreme honorable still made the Wang clan quasi-honorable's expression freeze. Jiang Daoxiu was a famous top powerhouse in the Huangtian mystic realm. Even though he had not fought in recent years, his power was still there. Haha, it would be a pity if an expert like Elder Jiang were to fall in such a sad manner. The Wang family is willing to use a 9-wonder reincarnation immortal grass in exchange for the marriage between the Jiang family's goddess and the Wang family's young emperor. The Wang clan's quasi-supreme martial artists' words shocked all the Jiang clan members present. A strange look flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's face. The Wang family's young emperor had set his eyes on Jiang Xingyi. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had also heard of the 9-wonder reincarnation immortal grass. It was an extremely rare immortal herb, and even among the immortal herbs, it was considered the best. It was rumored that the 9-second reincarnation immortal grass could completely transform a person. It could get rid of all illnesses, hidden injuries, and flaws. It could also cleanse the body and primordial spirit, allowing a person to reach a near-perfect state. Of course, perhaps it was because this medicinal effect was too heaven-defying. Therefore, there were only a few stalks of 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass since ancient times. In the entire Huangtian mystic realm, there were probably not even 1 or 2 such plants. If this kind of medicine could be obtained easily, then the Jiang clan would have found it for Jiang Daoxiu long ago. It was even rumored that this medicine had only appeared in dangerous places like the eternal burial ground. It was surprising that the Wang family had a stock of 9 wonders, reincarnation immortal grass. As if afraid that the Jiang clan would not believe him, the Wang clan quasi-supreme waved his hand. A stalk of grass appeared in his hand. This stalk of grass had a total of 7 leaves, all of which were of different colors. There was a dense aura circulating around it, and it was surrounded by an extremely rich fragrance. Just by smelling that scent, one would feel as if they were about to ascend to the heavens. It is indeed the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass. The eyes of the Jiang family elders trembled slightly. No one had expected that the Wang family would be willing to take out such a top-grade immortal medicine. How is it? The Wang family has shown enough sincerity, right? This stock of 9 wonders, reincarnation immortal grass, is the betrothal gift. Moreover, the Wang family's young emperor is definitely worthy of your Jiang clan's goddess. Elder Jiang can also recover his health. This is the best of both worlds. Why not? The words of the Wang clan's quasi-supreme moved some of the Jiang clan's elders. Indeed, the Jiang clan and the Wang family had never had any grudges. It was not impossible to form an alliance. Moreover, it was also beneficial for the Jiang clan. Not to mention the benefits of forming an alliance, at least Jiang Daoxiu could be saved. To be able to save a supreme honorable was also extremely important for the Jiang clan. The only thing that mattered now was Jiang Xingyi's attitude. At this moment, Jiang Xingyi bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her picturesque face was slightly pale. She did not expect the Wang family to come for her. They even wanted her to marry the Wang family's young emperor. To be honest, Jiang Xingyi had naturally heard of the Wang family's young emperor. But so what? Jiang Xingyi's heart was already occupied by a figure. How could she tolerate another? However, if she did not agree, Jiang Daoxiu could not be saved. From the perspective of the Jiang clan, Jiang Xingyi should agree. Jiang Rou's expression also became somewhat nervous. After all, Jiang Daoxiu had a chance to recover. However, Jiang Rou did not ask Jiang Xingyi to agree. This kind of thing was indeed somewhat unfair to Jiang Xingyi. Many Jiang clan members present looked at Jiang Xingyi, waiting for her decision. Sister Xingyi. Jiang Luoli's small face showed a hint of worry. She did not know that something had happened between Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao by accident. However, she did not want Jiang Xingyi to sacrifice her own happiness. However, Hua Yuanqiu's eyes flashed slightly. He said, "The Wang family's young emperor is also a hero. The goddess will not be wronged if she marries him. She can also obtain the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass and save the Grand Supreme Elder. Why not?" Hua Yuanqiu's words gained the approval of some Jiang clan members. Indeed, if she were to marry a cat or a dog, it would indeed be wrong for Jiang Xingyi. However, the Wang family's young emperor was not a cat or a dog. Instead, he was one of the most famous, powerful, and prestigious young primes in the entire Huangtian mystic realm. Marrying the Wang family's young emperor was indeed not an insult to Jiang Xingyi. It is your fortune to be able to marry the Wang family's young emperor. Do you still need to consider such a good thing? The Wang family's prospective supreme elder said lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyi clenched her jade-like hands. She couldn't help but glance at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of her eye. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. His face was calm and expressionless. This made Jiang Xingyi feel a little pain in her heart. Did Jun Xiaoyao not care at all? Thinking of the absurdity of that time, Jiang Xingyi felt more and more like her heart was being torn apart. Perhaps this kind of relationship should not have happened in the first place. "I am willing," Jiang Xingyi said with difficulty. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Hearing this answer, the Jiang clan members present sighed slightly in their hearts. How could they not see the reluctance on Jiang Xingyi's face? The Wang family's prospective supreme elder nodded slightly. Whether Jiang Xingyi was truly willing or not, at least she agreed. The main reason why the Wang family's young emperor wanted to marry Jiang Xingyi was that he wanted to use her innate Taoist embryo to reach a higher level. As for such a luxurious thing like love, it did not matter whether it existed or not. At this moment, a voice sounded faintly. "Sister Xingyi, is this really your original intention?" Hearing this, Jiang Xingyi's delicate body suddenly trembled. Some sparkling and translucent light flickered in her beautiful eyes. She turned her face and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes also looked at Jiang Xingyi. The two's eyes met and their gazes intertwined. If this is Sister Xingyi's original intention, I won't say anything more. Jun Xiaoyao's voice paused, and there was a touch of dominance in his calm tone. But if it isn't, then not to mention the Wang family of the North, even if the Heavenly King comes, he won't be able to take you away. Chapter 307. Jun Xiaoyao's words were deafening and resounded in everyone's ears. No one expected that the person who stood up for Jiang Xingyi at this time would be Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi's delicate body trembled, and her heart was numb. An indescribable feeling of gratitude and joy welled up in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's words didn't contain the word love. But in Jiang Xingyi's ears, it seemed to be the most beautiful words of love in the world. At this moment, Jiang Xingyi's heart was completely moved. Jun Xiaoyao was more than 10 years younger than her, but now Jiang Xingyi found warmth and security in Jun Xiaoyao. This was the first time that Jiang Xingyi had experienced this feeling. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, Jiang Xingyi might really have wanted to hug Jun Xiaoyao. And the members of the Jiang family present looked at Jun Xiaoyao and then at Jiang Xingyi with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Both of them were dressed in white. Jun Xiaoyao was handsome, like an immortal from heaven. Jiang Xingyi was peerless, like a fairy from the moon palace. Why did it feel like they were a match made in heaven? Even Jiang Luoli's big eyes looked at the two of them suspiciously. Although Jiang Luoli was usually a silly girl, there were also times when she was meticulous. Why did it feel like there was something wrong with the relationship between these two? The face of the Wang family's quasi-supreme master darkened slightly. He had never seen Jun Xiaoyao before, so he didn't know that this young man in white was the famous son of God of the Jun family. Where did this rude junior come from? Are you qualified to interrupt? Jiang Xingyi had already agreed, but was stopped halfway by a young boy, so the quasi-supreme master of the Wang family was naturally unhappy. If not for the fact that this young man was from the Jiang clan, the Wang clan's quasi-supreme martial artist would have already slapped him. Do I need you to decide if I'm qualified or not? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, confronting the Wang clan quasi-supreme. You are the young lord of the Jiang clan. The Wang clan prospective supreme martial artist frowned and glanced at Hua Yuanxiu. Jun Xiaoyao did not call himself this son of God, but this young lord. There was a huge difference between the two. It meant that Jun Xiaoyao was not speaking as the son of God of the Jun family, but as the young master of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao is the new young lord of the Jiang family. If he is not qualified, then no one else in the Jiang family is. An elder of the Jiang family said coldly, What? You're Jun Xiaoyao? The Wang clan quasi-supreme's expression changed. This was far beyond his expectations. Ordinary juniors were really not qualified to talk to him. But Jun Xiaoyao was not only the son of God of the Jun family, but also the young master of the Jiang family. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a stir in the Huangtian mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao's identity was extremely noble. Insulting Jun Xiaoyao was equivalent to insulting the Jun family, the Jiang family, and the Holy Spirit College. Even the Wang clan quasi-supreme martial artist could not resist. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao said that was because he had no other intentions. Even if that ridiculous thing had not happened between him and Jiang Xingyi, Jun Xiaoyao would still stand up. Logically speaking, he could not watch Jiang Xingyi sacrifice his happiness for 9 wonders immortal grass. As for his complicated relationship with Jiang Xingyi, Jun Xiaoyao really did not want to think about it now. I refuse. Jiang Xingyi almost did not hesitate at all. She could not go against her own heart. More importantly, if she still reluctantly agreed, wouldn't Jun Xiaoyao misunderstand? Jiang Xingyi did not care if she felt wronged, but she did not want Jun Xiaoyao to misunderstand her. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, looked at the Wang clan quasi-supreme martial artist and said, You have heard it. In that case, please go back. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the Wang clan quasi-supreme martial artist choke, and his face turned ugly. Jun Xiaoyao had single-handedly ruined everything that had been going so well. Furthermore, from the perspective of the Wang family, Jun Xiaoyao did more than just destroy the marriage alliance. The Wang clan's plan was also indirectly destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao. This made the Wang clan quasi-supreme martial artist look at Jun Xiaoyao with a cold gaze. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a carriage at the back of the Wang clan's team. Jun Xiaoyao is indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes narrowed. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud bang. The carriage directly exploded. Immediately a figure, shrouded in a dazzling light, stepped out with his hands behind his back. With one step, the world changed color. The qi in the universe seemed to have become chaotic with his appearance. Some people had this kind of temperament. They were born high and had an extraordinary life. Is that the young emperor of the Wang clan? The young emperor of the Wang clan came in person? Many young people of the Jun clan could not help but exclaim. The young emperor of the Wang clan, Wang Teng, was very famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. The main reason was that the Wang clan spread the news everywhere, and Wang Ting's father, who always talked about his son's great emperor temperament, was afraid that others did not know. But now, feeling this aura that was enough to shake the world, the young emperor of the Wang clan was indeed worthy of the title. Oh, Wang Tung. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change as he looked at the figure shrouded in endless light. His appearance was quite flamboyant. But so what? Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of anyone. At this moment, Wang Tung's body was shrouded in endless light, making it impossible to see his appearance. All kinds of divine phenomena appeared around him. A true dragon came out of the sea. A divine phoenix spread its wings. A qilin leaped into the sky, and a black tortoise carried a mountain. This aura was terrifyingly powerful. He was definitely second to none among the younger generation of the mystic realm. He was confronting Jun Xiaoyao. These two people. One of them had a powerful aura that shook the world. The other was wearing a white robe that intimidated the universe. The young emperor of the Wang clan. The son of God of the Jun clan. For a long time, people were curious about what kind of fierce sparks would be created if the two of them met. And now, they were finally facing each other. Wang Tung first looked at Jiang Xingyi and said, "Jiang Xingyi, you have an innate Taoist embryo. You are indeed worthy of me." Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes only showed a trace of disgust when she heard this. Why did he make it sound like she was the one who wanted to be with Wang Tung? Jiang Xingyi wanted to be with Jun Xiaoyao. How could Wang Tung be qualified? You obviously covet the innate Taoist embryo, but you say that you are so high and mighty. Wang Tung, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Oh, aren't you the same?" Wang Tung sneered. If they were talking about people who stood high, Wang Tung was flattered. But then again, Jun Xiaoyao was standing at the top as well. "You and I are different. It is natural for me to be the son of God. But for you, you are just an undeserved reputation." Jun Xiaoyao said. These words made everyone around almost stop breathing. These two people, from the beginning, were at odds with each other, and there was a smell of gunpowder. The Wang clan's prospective supreme martial artist's eyes were surging with anger. Jun Xiaoyao dared to despise and offend the Wang clan's young emperor. "Haha, I finally met someone who is more arrogant than me." Wang Tung sneered. "Young emperor, are you worthy?" As soon as Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, the divine power in his body surged. He pushed the sky thousands of miles away and directly suppressed Wang Tung with an absolutely domineering posture. Chapter 308. Everyone was so shocked that they felt numb all over. No one expected Jun Xiaoyao to be so domineering. He attacked Wang Tung without saying a word. This sudden move was out of everyone's expectations. The son of God of the Jun family and the young emperor of the Wang family were both peerless figures. Both of them were invincible. When the two of them collided, it was like a needle against an awl. As the saying went, kings would not meet kings. If the two kings met, they would definitely start fighting. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's overbearing attack, Wang Tung snorted coldly. He stomped on the ground with one foot, and countless divine rays turned into sharp swords. They slashed through the air as if they were going to cut the void in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao pushed the sky thousands of miles away with one hand. The power of the divine elephant overpowering force surged, turning into a golden divine elephant that suppressed all directions in the universe. Boom! The elephant's trunk rolled up, setting off a wave of golden magical power that wiped out all the divine rays and sharp swords. "Oh, interesting." Wang Tung smiled faintly and then said, "However, you're just a brute with divine power." Wang Tung's comment angered everyone in the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao was now the young master of the Jiang family. What right did Wang Tung have to comment? However, in the next moment, divine light burst out of Wang Tung's eyes. Above his head, a pattern that looked like an eye appeared, as if it could see through heaven and earth. That's the heavenly eye of martial arts. The young people of the Jiang family who were originally angry with Wang Tung couldn't help but gasp when they saw that eye. The Heavenly Eye of Martial Arts was a terrifying ability that could only be evolved when one's martial arts cultivation reached an extremely profound level. It was rumored that once the Heavenly Eye of Martial Arts was activated, it could see through the flaws of all magical powers. Any move would be full of flaws in front of the Heavenly Eye of Martial Arts. There was nowhere to hide. Boom! Wang Tung pointed his finger once again and destroyed the golden divine elephant directly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. His move just now was just a test. It was just a casual move. The corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth curled into a cold smirk as he continued to test the waters. He already knew Wang Tung's background. Jun Xiaorao executed the engulfing devil skill, a terrifying engulfing whirlpool, which seemed to be able to swallow the heavens, pressed down on Wang Tung. Chaotic heaven, holy art. Wang Tung struck out with both hands. His mana condensed into countless ribbons. It was as if he could destroy this part of the world. That might cause Jiang Zuling and the other prodigy's expressions to change. This was the power of a young emperor. It was terrifying. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained motionless. His god-engulfing demonic art clashed with Wang Tung's chaotic sky saint technique. At the same time, a fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation punched out, bolstered by the power of 140 origin immortal bones. The immortal light was vast and mighty, as if it had obliterated a part of the void. Even Wang Tung's body trembled. Because his martial Tao Heavenly, I was actually unable to see any flaws in this punch. Jun Xiaoyao's fist of 6 paths of reincarnation was almost flawless. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation vortexes were like 6 small worlds. Together with Jun Xiaoyao's punch, they crushed toward Wang Tung. And then, poof! Wang Tung's body was directly destroyed. This scene caused everyone to tremble. Many prodigies of the Jiang family widened their eyes, and their scalps went numb. Wang Tung, the young emperor of the Wang family, was defeated just like that? This made everyone unable to come back to their senses. The Wang family's quasi-supreme and the others also showed a hint of surprise. At this moment, Wang Tung, who was about to be destroyed, said, "Very well, Jun Xiaoyao, you're the first one who dares to destroy my spiritual body." What? Hearing this, the Jiang family members who had been shocked just now were now even more in disbelief. Wang Tung, who had such a powerful aura, was only a spiritual body? Of course. Only the younger generation of the Jiang family was surprised. The elders and the others had already seen through it, so there was no change in their expressions. However, some of the younger generation of the Jiang family were quite shocked. Right now, Wang Tung was only a spiritual body, but he was already so powerful. Then, how powerful would the real Wang Tung be? Don't flatter yourself. Even if your real body is here, you're no different from this spiritual body in front of me. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He had developed an invincible Taoist heart, so he was not afraid of any opponent or challenge. Jun Xiaoyao stomped down with one foot and in the most powerful and domineering manner, directly destroyed Wang Tung's spiritual body. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll remember this. I'll give you a defeat in the immortal ancient world. After saying this, Wang Tung's spiritual body collapsed into endless light spots and dissipated into the void. You talk a lot. I hope you can arouse my interest a little. Don't be so unbearable, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. There were many people who said harsh words to him, but in the end, well, they all seemed to be very miserable. Seeing Wang Tung's spiritual body being easily defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, the quasi-supreme of the Wang family, didn't look too good. After all, Wang Tung's spiritual body was once able to suppress some geniuses. In the end, he was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in 2 or 3 moves. Even the quasi-supreme of the Wang family didn't like Jun Xiaoyao. He had to admit that Jun Xiaoyao was qualified to compete with the Wang family's young emperor. It looks like your Jiang family is going to reject my Wang family's goodwill, the quasi-supreme of the Wang family said coldly. Go back to where you came from. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Jun Xiaoyao's attitude was firm. Okay. There's only one Nine Wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass. It's impossible for you to find a second one in a short time. Perhaps it won't be long before you hear the news of a Jiang family prime's death. The quasi-supreme of the Wang family said coldly. Humph. Jiang Daoxiu took a step forward, and a terrifying prime's divine might surged out. Puchi, the quasi-supreme of the Wang family, took more than 10 steps back, and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. The quasi-supreme of the Wang family looked at Jiang Daoxiu with a pale complexion, feeling terrified. Although Jiang Daoxiu was on the verge of decaying, his prime's divine might was not something the quasi-supreme of the Wang family could provoke. The quasi-supreme of the Wang family was speechless, not daring to say anything else for fear that Jiang Daoxiu would kill him if he said anything more. If that happened, he would suffer a great loss, with no one to complain. The quasi-supreme of the Wang family turned around and hurriedly left with the Wang family's group, looking somewhat miserable. After the Wang family left, the tense atmosphere of the Jiang family relaxed. However, some of the Jiang family elders still had unsightly expressions. After all, the Nine Wonders reincarnation immortal grass could indeed save Jiang Daoxiu's life. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly turned to Jiang Daoxiu and cupped his hands deeply. Grandfather, I'm sorry. It's all your grandson's recklessness. Not only did I cause the Jiang family and the Wang family to become unhappy, but I also caused you to lose the Nine Wonders reincarnation immortal grass. No, that's not it. It's all Sheng Yi's willfulness. It has nothing to do with Xiaoyao. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao take the blame, Jiang Xingge stood up. Jiang Xingyi stepped out right away and walked to Jun Xiaoyao's side, intending to take the blame. Big sister Sheng Yi. Jun Xiaoyao did not know what to say. Don't say any more. Xiaoyao, you stood up for me. I can't let you take the blame, Jiang Xingyi said firmly. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a trace of tenderness in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this pair protecting each other, some of the Jiang family members present had strange gazes. There was something wrong with these two. There was a story. Chapter 309. Anyone with a discerning eye could sense that Jiang Xingyi's attitude towards Jun Xiaoyao was slightly unusual. If they didn't know that Jiang Xingyi was Jun Xiaoyao's aunt, some would even treat them as Dao companions, because these two people were truly compatible. Of course, no one cared whether the situation was like this or not. After all, Jiang Xingyi was only Jun Xiaoyao's aunt in name. Moreover, although Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Ro called each other sisters, they were actually not biological sisters. Jiang Ro glanced at Jiang Xingyi with some confusion, and as if she thought of something, her beautiful eyes hid a trace of a mocking smile. Sheng Yi, this little b****, could it be that she has designs on my son? Jiang Luoli's large eyes revealed even more suspicion. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. However, when she thought of Jiang Xingyi's identity, Jiang Luoli felt that this shouldn't be too possible. Looking at the mischievous smiles in the eyes of some Jiang family clansmen, Jiang Xingyi couldn't help but blush. Even her sparkling ears were dyed red, and the redness went all the way to her ears. Jiang Xingyi had an innate Tao embryo and was usually as quiet as a virgin, as elegant and otherworldly as the moon fairy. When had she ever revealed such a shy expression? The eyes of some Jiang family young men were straight. As for Jiang Daoxiu, he looked at the two of them and sighed slightly. Xiaoyao, in your eyes, grandfather is such a selfish person. Of course not, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Don't worry, Xiaoyao, grandfather will support you no matter what you do. Wang family wants to use my life to threaten you. Don't even think about it. Jiang Daoxiu's tone was very resolute. He would rather die than allow Jun Xiaoyao to be humiliated by Wang family. Yes, young master, what you did was right. We all support you. The northern Wang family is nothing. Our Jiang family doesn't fear them at all. The surrounding clansmen of the Jiang family all shouted in support of Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this scene, even someone as cold as Jun Xiaoyao felt touched. This was his first time visiting the Jiang family, yet everyone in the Jiang family supported and trusted him so much. How could Jun Xiaoyao let down his mother's clan? He took a deep breath and asked, "Is it really impossible to find the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass?" Jun Xiaoyao was determined to save Jiang Daoxu's life. In the end, if there was really no other way, he was determined to force the Wang family to hand over the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass, even if he had to mobilize the power of the Jun family. Of course, this was an extreme method. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Jiang Daoxu would probably not agree to it either. The Jun family would clash with the Wang family of the north because of him. After all, the Jun family had already made enough enemies. If the Wang family of the north was added, the pressure would be even greater. At this moment, Hua Yuanxiu's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "I heard that the last news of the existence of the 9 wonders, reincarnation immortal grass, seems to have come from the eternal burial ground." The Wang family's 9 wonders, reincarnation immortal grass, seems to have been obtained from the eternal burial ground by chance. Hua Yuanxiu's words made some of the Jiang family members' expressions change slightly. What kind of place was the eternal burial ground? It was definitely a forbidden place. Ordinary people didn't dare to mention it, fearing that they would encounter some kind of disaster. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Hua Yuanxiu. Previously, he was slapped into a dog by Jun Xiaoyao, so he should have hated Jun Xiaoyao very much. Yet he actually gave him the news now. This made Jun Xiaoyao think that there was something fishy about Hua Yuanxiu. However, Jun Xiaoyao still asked the Jiang family elders and the others for confirmation. Indeed, there was news of the 9 wonders, reincarnation immortal grass in the eternal burial ground. But it's not sure if it really exists, a Jiang family elder confirmed. On this point, Hua Yuanxiu didn't lie. Then why not go to the eternal burial ground to look for it? Jun Xiaoyao asked in confusion. If the Jiang family knew about the 9 wonders, reincarnation immortal grass, they would probably investigate and try their best to get it. However, the Jiang family didn't send anyone to the eternal burial ground. "Young master, you may not know, but the eternal burial ground is a forbidden place. It is not in the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. There are all kinds of strange and terrifying things in it. The waters are very deep," a Jiang family elder said helplessly. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao understand. The eternal burial ground was probably similar to the 7 wonders of the mystic realm that he had heard before. They all represented some kind of great karma, great strangeness, and great terror. It was definitely not an existence that ordinary people could set foot in. A Jiang family elder continued to explain to Jun Xiaoyao. It turned out that if an expert with a high cultivation base entered the eternal burial ground, he would attract the attention of the terrifying creatures in the eternal burial ground. It was like a bright light in the darkness. It was too eye-catching and difficult to advance. As for those with a weak cultivation base, even if they could get close to the eternal burial ground, it would be difficult for them to go deep because they didn't have the strength to survive. Therefore, as time passed, not many creatures in the mystic realm dared to go to the eternal burial ground. In addition, there were many strange legends in the eternal burial ground, as well as mysterious creatures in the eternal burial ground. The area had also become a forbidden land for ordinary people to avoid. After Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he finally understood why the Jiang family couldn't go deep into the eternal burial ground. Since it's difficult for those with a high cultivation base to go deep, and it's also difficult for those with a weak cultivation base to enter, why don't you let me go? Jun Xiaoyao said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Eternal Burial Ground. When Jun Xiaoyao heard the system's notification, he was even more determined to go to the eternal burial ground. However, when they heard this, everyone's expression changed, especially Jiang Daoxiu, Jiang Rou, Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, and the others. Their expressions all changed. Xiaoyao, you can't go to such a dangerous place, Jiang Rou said directly. Xiaoyao, the eternal burial ground is too dangerous, Jiang Xingyi said. Brother Xiaoyao, you can't go to such a place. It's very scary there, Jiang Luoli also persuaded. Jiang Daoxiu also said, Xiaoyao, I appreciate your kindness, but that place is too dangerous. Moreover, there might not really be the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass. There's no need to go. Jun Xiaoyao's relatives firmly opposed. A cold light flashed in Hua Yuanqiu's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's actions were exactly what he wanted. If Jun Xiaoyao died in the eternal burial ground, it couldn't be better for him. Grandfather, you still don't believe me? What can be difficult for me? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The eternal burial ground that ordinary people would turn pale at the mention of seemed to be nothing in Jun Xiaoyao's words. Xiaoyao, if you grow in the future, it's fine to go to the eternal burial ground. It's too early to go now. Jiang Daoxiu shook his head. The current Jun Xiaoyao was the favorite of the Jun family and the Jiang family. If he died in the eternal burial ground, the consequences were unimaginable to the 2 clan of the ancients. Jiang Daoxiu would rather lose his life than let Jun Xiaoyao take the risk. Grandfather, I've made up my mind. Mother, don't try to persuade me. Jun Xiaoyao, will definitely go to the eternal burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was firm and didn't allow any objection. So what if it was the eternal burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao, would go there too. Chapter 310. Jun Xiaoyao had been invincible in his generation since he was born. He had developed an invincible Tao heart and possessed great boldness. To him, where could he not go in the world? Jun Xiaoyao did not even fear the ancient burial ground, which was a place that would make anyone shudder at the mention of it. This was not the action of a brute, but Jun Xiaoyao had absolute confidence in himself. Jun Xiaoyao's aura also affected the others. This was the young master of the Jiang family, a peerless genius with an invincible boldness. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's firm attitude, Jiang Rou and the others did not know what to say. Jiang Daoxiu's old eyes revealed a touch of emotion. With such a grandson, even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's firm attitude, Jiang Daoxiu did not try to persuade him anymore, because if he did, it might affect Jun Xiaoyao's mentality instead. All right, Xiaoyao, since your attitude is so firm, then don't worry and go. If something really happens to you in the eternal burial ground, Jiang Daoxiu paused for a moment, and then he said with a cold tone, even if grandfather, I have to put my life on the line, I'll still turn the eternal burial grounds upside down. That's right. If the young master encounters danger in the eternal burial ground, our Jiang family will definitely not let it go. The other Jiang family elders also said coldly, if a clan of the ancients was truly angered, it was not something that anyone could bear. Even if it was as strange as the eternal burial ground, it would probably lose a layer of skin. That's right. Xiaoyao and the Jun family will definitely not sit by and watch you encounter danger, Jiang Rou said. One could imagine if something happened to Jun Xiaoyao in the eternal burial ground. The Jun family and Jiang family would probably go crazy and not turn a blind eye. If 2 of the clan of the ancients of the 3 Yu families joined forces to attack the eternal burial ground, how powerful would that be? The eternal burial ground would probably not be able to bear it and suffer great losses. This way, I can be even more at ease. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He also knew that if he was trapped in the eternal burial ground, the Jun family and the Jiang family would definitely not sit idly by. The Jun family was a little apprehensive about the strangeness of the eternal burial ground, but that didn't mean that the Jun family was afraid of it. If they really wanted to fight, the Jun family wouldn't care so much. They might even destroy the eternal burial ground. Xiaoyao, this is all because of me. I'll go with you. Jiang, Xingyi stood up and said in a firm tone. Yes, me too. Brother Xiaoyao, I want to go too. Jiang Luoli was not to be outdone. She also stood up. There's no need for that. I'll be fine on this trip alone. One more person means one more risk. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Naturally, he couldn't let Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli fall into danger. Don't get involved. I believe that Xiaoyao can do it, Zhang Ro said, although she was a little worried about Jun Xiaoyao. However, this was Jun Xiaoyao's own decision. As a mother, she could only fully support it. This matter was settled. After Jun Xiaoyao adjusted himself in the Jiang family for a while, he would head to the eternal burial ground. Young master is indeed a bold person. A real man should be like that. Jiang Chuhan also sighed. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flow with extraordinary splendor. Indeed. However, heroes are short-tempered since ancient times. Those who can survive are the winners. Hua Yuanxiu smiled indifferently. Are you cursing the young master? Jiang Chuhan frowned. She increasingly felt that Hua Yuanxiu was narrow-minded and didn't have any courage at all. He was simply incomparable to Jun Xiaoyao. Of course not. I also hope that he can walk out safely. Hua Yuanxiu's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess as he said in a dignified manner. However, in his heart, he was actually thinking that it would be best if Jun Xiaoyao didn't return. After this matter was confirmed, Jiang Daoxiu also issued an order. The Jiang family had to provide any resources that Jun Xiaoyao needed unconditionally. Of course, now that Jun Xiaoyao had become the Jiang family's young master, he was qualified to use any resources of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao didn't stand on ceremony. He also asked the Jiang family to give him immortal sources. After knowing that Jun Xiaoyao needed immortal sources, the Jiang family almost emptied their treasury. They gave Jun Xiaoyao more than 3,000 immortal sources. Immortal sources were too rare. Even the clan of the ancients couldn't have too many in storage. 3,000 immortal sources was already a lot. However, to the current Jun Xiaoyao, it was just a drop in the bucket. He needed to consume a lot of immortal sources to refine the origin immortal bone. In the beginning, a few immortal sources might be enough to refine an origin immortal bone. However, now he might need dozens or even hundreds of immortal sources to refine a single bone. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was immersed in cultivation, in a splendid palace in the Wang family's territory of the northern region, a middle-aged man in a purple python robe sat on a high seat with a gloomy face. His cultivation had also reached the quasi-supreme level. Below him stood another figure. It was the quasi-supreme of the Wang family who had rushed to the Jiang family. The Jiang family is too insensible. And that Jiang Xingyi, does she think that my son is not worthy of her? The man in the purple python robe was Wang Ting's father and the head of the Wang family, Wang Yuanba. Actually, it's mainly because of Jun Xiaoyao. If he didn't get involved, things wouldn't have turned out like this, the quasi-supreme of the Wang family said coldly. Humph! Jun Xiaoyao dared to destroy my son's spiritual body. How audacious! Wang Yuanba's eyes were cold. In his eyes, his son Wang Ting was invincible among the younger generation. He couldn't be offended. But Jun Xiaoyao was so audacious and reckless. Wang Yuanba felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, an elder of the Wang family suddenly came in and reported. Head, there's news from the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao seems to be going to the eternal burial ground. What? Haha, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Wang Yuanba suddenly laughed. He didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would really dare to enter the eternal burial ground for a stalk of 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass. That kid is courting death. The quasi-supreme of the Wang family also sneered. Spread this news. The legend of the son of God of the Jun family will probably end in the eternal burial ground, Wang Yuanba said loudly. The eternal burial ground was a very dangerous place. Once Jun Xiaoyao went in, he wouldn't be able to come out again. In the depths of the Wang family, in a spiritual land, Wang Tung's real body, who was in seclusion, also heard the news. He slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be the sun and moon rotating in his eyes, and the scene of stars falling and dying appeared. Around him, there was a real dragon leaping into the sea, a divine phoenix spreading its wings, a black tortoise carrying the sky, and other powerful phenomena appearing. His aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. You dare to go to the eternal burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao, should I say that you are brave or stupid? The innate Taoist embryo is very useful for my breakthrough. Jun Xiaoyao, if you don't come back, I will gladly accept Jiang Xingyi. Wang Tung sneered. The space around him shook, and his aura was shocking. This woman, Jiang Xingyi, was his for sure. In just a few days, under the deliberate spread of the Wang family, the news that Jun Xiaoyao was going to enter the eternal burial ground spread completely. This made the Huangtian mystic realm boil. It was a complete mess. Chapter 311. What kind of place was the eternal burial ground? Everyone knew about it. That was definitely a land of death, a forbidden land. Not to mention getting close. Most people didn't even dare to talk about it, afraid that they would encounter some kind of disaster. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was actually going to enter the eternal burial ground. This was like a huge rock falling into the sea, setting off huge waves. If one were to say that Jun Xiaoyao had completely matured and reached the level of a saint, then Jun Xiaoyao would have been a saint. Then it wouldn't be a big deal for him to enter the eternal burial ground. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was only in the heavenly reaching realm. Although Jun Xiaoyao was already at the top of the younger generation, but in a place like the eternal burial ground, a heavenly reaching realm cultivator was nothing. This was also the reason why everyone was shocked. Jun Xiaoyao's move was no different from courting death. What's wrong with the Jun family's son of God? He actually wants to go to a forbidden land like the eternal burial ground? Yeah, that kind of forbidden land, just talking about it is terrifying. Does the Jun family's son of God really want to die? I heard that the Jun family's son of God is going to the eternal burial ground to look for medicine for the Jiang family's big shot. I also heard that the Jun family's son of God seems to have become the young master of the Jiang family. The news of Jun Xiaoyao entering the eternal burial ground spread. There was also the matter of Jun Xiaoyao becoming the young master of the Jiang family. This naturally caused another commotion. Jun Xiaoyao's identity was already extremely noble. Now he had even become the young master of the Jiang family. This meant that Jun Xiaoyao had really become the successor of the Tu clan of the ancients. Sai, if I were Jun Xiaoyao, wouldn't it be better to cultivate peacefully? Why did he have to court death and go to the eternal burial ground? That's right. Jun Xiaoyao's journey has been smooth, and he has a chance to become an emperor in the future. Why take this risk? Many people couldn't understand. The son of God of the Jun family has always thought highly of himself. If he doesn't come back from the eternal burial ground, then it will be interesting. There were also a few creatures who spoke coldly, adopting the attitude of watching a play. Those who said this were mostly Jun Xiaoyao's enemies, such as the Archean royalty, Fallen God Palace, and other powers. If he really can't come back, then forget it. Even if Jun Xiaoyao can come back, if he misses the opening of the immortal ancient world, then he will fall behind others. That's right. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. If we miss the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao will be completely overtaken by the other geniuses. I'm afraid Jun Xiaoyao's invincibility among the younger generation is about to come to an end. Many people in the immortal realms were discussing, feeling that Jun Xiaoyao had taken the wrong step. Zulong, inside a golden dragon palace, floating in the sky. Princess Longji sat on the golden dragon throne. When she heard the news, her beautiful eyes were filled with uncertainty. Jun Xiaoyao, you'd better not die in the eternal burial ground. Otherwise, Who am I going to take my revenge on? Princess Longji raised her jade-like hand. Her 5 jade-like fingers spread open. A drop of golden blood with a tinge of green floated in the air. An incomparably terrifying fluctuation was emitted from this drop of blood. The surrounding void was shaking and trembling, as if it couldn't withstand the power of this drop of blood. This drop of blood was the blood of the ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon. In other words, this was equivalent to a drop of the Mother *King, human king's blood. Although it was only a drop of blood, this amount of energy was definitely not something an ordinary person could withstand. Previously, Princess Longji wasn't confident that she could refine this drop of ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon's blood, so she kept it. But now, the humiliation of losing to Jun Xiaoyao made her determined to refine this drop of ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon's blood. Your Highness, with your current cultivation, refining this drop of ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon's blood is too impulsive, the Azure Dragon General advised. I can't wait any longer. The immortal ancient world is about to open. I will use this chance to surpass everyone and ascend to the peak. There is also Jun Xiaoyao. If he can come out of the eternal burial ground alive, I will personally wash away this humiliation. Princess Longji's tone was resolute. On the other side, the Ji family within a valley spirit vein. Ji Qingyi sat cross-legged on a green lotus, her crystal-like eyes deep in thought. Eternal burial ground. Daoist brother Xiaoyao, can you come out alive? Ji Qingyi muttered to herself. If Jun Xiaoyao could come out of the eternal burial ground alive, that would be an impossible miracle. Celestial demon cult. Celestial demon castle. Xiao Maxian also learned of this news. As expected of little brother Xiaoyao, you are so brave. I hope you can come back alive. When we are in the immortal ancient world, I can test little brother Xiaoyao's strengths and weaknesses. Xiao Maxian giggled to herself. All in all, the major forces of the Huangtian mystic realm had different attitudes towards Jun Xiaoyao entering the eternal burial ground. Some were worried, some were watching the show, some were mocking, and some were cursing his death. This news naturally reached the Jun family as well. The sequences of the Jun family were a little worried. Jun Linglong, Jun Ying, Yan Qingying, and the other girls were also very worried. They had unconditional trust in Jun Xiaoyao, believing that he could overcome all difficulties, but the eternal burial ground was indeed beyond their imagination. In the depths of the Jun family's ancestral land, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor were talking. That little old man of the Jiang family is really something. He's half dead and still wants Xiaoyao to take risks to find the grass of immortality. The 16th ancestor snorted. He had the appearance of a 10-year-old child, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. Just treat this as a trial for Xiaoyao. Although the eternal burial ground is very strange, if he dares to provoke the Jun family, humph. The 18th ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly. If the Jun family was angry, they would not care so much. No matter the price, they would destroy the eternal burial ground. His subordinates should be in the eternal burial ground, right? The 16th ancestor suddenly said something that was somewhat inexplicable. Yes, there seems to be one. The 18th ancestor nodded. Then Xiaoyao should be even less of a problem. The 16th ancestor's eyes were deep as he looked in the direction of the eternal burial ground. His subordinates would not let anything happen to Jun Xiaoyao. Just as the entire Huangtian mystic realm was stirred up by the news of Jun Xiaoyao entering the eternal burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao himself was very comfortable. He stayed in a luxurious bedroom that the Jiang family had specially prepared for him to cultivate. The entire bedroom was built on a huge spirit vein, and billowing spiritual energy filled the air. Inside the bedroom, in Jun Xiaoyao's hand, the last piece of celestial source turned transparent and then turned into ashes. Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes. 160 pieces. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. After refining 3,000 low-grade celestial sources, Jun Xiaoyao had only refined 20 Daluo immortal bones. In addition to the previous ones, he had a total of 160 pieces. This Daluo immortal body was really difficult to cultivate the further one progressed. The resources consumed were simply terrifying. I hope that when I return from the eternal burial ground, I can catch up with the immortal ancient world. Otherwise, it will be a big loss. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. At this time, a delicate and gentle voice came from outside the bedroom. Xiaoyao, am I disturbing you? It was Jiang Xingyi's voice. Chapter 312. Sister Xingyi, please come in, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang. Xingyi walked in from outside the bedroom. She was still wearing her usual snow-white robe, and her face was still beautiful. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were like autumn water, her lips were bright red, and her teeth were sparkling. Her delicate body was flawless, and she had a graceful bearing. Her pure, white, jade-like body was tall and slender, and she was like a snow lotus that stood alone in the world. The innate Taoist fetus made Jiang Xingyi's beauty even more ethereal, spiritual, and otherworldly, and untainted by the mortal world. Such a woman was rare in the world. Even a straight man like Jun Xiaoyao, who didn't care much about women, couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Xingyi was indeed a rare beauty. But Jun Xiaoyao felt a headache when he thought about their complicated relationship. Xiaoyao, Jiang Xingyi opened her mouth and was about to say something. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, Sister Xingyi, if you're here to thank me, you don't have to. There's no need to be so distant between us. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyi was silent. She did want to thank Jun Xiaoyao for what he had done for her. Jun Xiaoyao was even willing to go to an extremely dangerous place, like the Aeon burial ground. The origin of all this was just to prevent her from marrying the Wang family's young emperor. Jiang Xingyi was full of guilt when she thought about how Jun Xiaoyao was in danger because of her. She would rather it was herself who went to the Aeon burial ground. Sister Xingyi, is there anything else? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Xiaoyao, when are you going to leave? Jiang Xingyi asked. Tomorrow, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had already refined the 3,000 immortal sources, and there was no need to delay. Moreover, the opening of the immortal ancient world was not far away. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to delay the opportunity of the immortal ancient world because of the eternal burial ground. So fast. Xiaoyao, I heard that you like to take baths? Jiang Xingyi suddenly asked. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. There's a 10,000-year spirit spring in the cave where I cultivate in seclusion. Usually, I'm the only one who uses it. If you don't mind, let me take you there, Jiang Xingyi said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. It would be nice to relax a little before leaving. However, it seemed to be Jiang Xingyi's private hot spring. It was a little. Jiang Xingyi's sparkling and translucent snow-white face revealed a faint blush. She said in a soft voice, Xiaoyao, let me help you bathe this time. This. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. It seemed a little inappropriate to let a celestial concubine like Little Aunt serve him. He wanted to say that there was no need, but he felt that this was too hypocritical. It was better for men to be more realistic. In the end, Jiang Xingyi brought Jun Xiaoyao to her place of seclusion. Sure enough, there was a spring inside. It was dense with spiritual energy and steaming hot. Jun Xiaoyao took off the clothes on his upper body and sank into the spring. He only felt infinitely comfortable. He turned his head and found that Jiang Xingyi had taken off her outer clothes. She was only wearing her underwear. It vaguely outlined her hazy and beautiful curves. Her jade-like hands were pressed on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders, massaging him. Jun Xiaoyao was also happy to enjoy it. He found that there was a faint fragrance coming from the mouth of the spirit spring. Smelling it carefully, he found that it was the same as Jiang Xingyi's body fragrance. It had a fresh and elegant smell. Nothing indescribable happened between the two of them. A wave of warmth silently flowed. After a long time, Jun Xiaoyao actually fell asleep. Jiang Xingyi knelt on the ground and put Jun Xiaoyao's head on her lap. Her jade-like hands traced the contours of Jun Xiaoyao's face when he was sleeping. He was clearly asleep, but Jun Xiaoyao's brows were still slightly furrowed. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyi felt an inexplicable heartache in her heart. The world only knew that Jun Xiaoyao was invincible, but they didn't know how much pressure he was under and how much weight he was carrying. "Xiaoyao, thank you!" Jiang Xingyi lowered her head and pressed her red lips on Jun Xiaoyao's forehead, like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. This kiss was not mixed with any distracting thoughts. After a long time, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and found that Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were staring at his face, and his head was resting on her soft lap. "This is a knee pillow?" Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback. In both his previous and current lives, this was the first time he had received such VIP treatment. Jiang Xingyi looked away somewhat guiltily, her jade-like cheeks slightly red. Just now, when she looked at Jun Xiaoyao's sleeping handsome face, she was a little entranced. Although Jiang Xingyi wasn't a good-looking person like Jiang Luoli, but who wouldn't want to look at a good-looking face a few more times? "Xiaoyao, you're awake," Jiang Xingyi said softly. "Sister Xingyi, thank you." Jun Xiaoyao got up. He wasn't the kind of person who was greedy for gentleness, but this kind of concern did make him feel very comfortable. At least Jiang Luoli wasn't so gentle. If Jiang Luoli was a playful and cute loli, Jiang Xingyi was a gentle big sister next door. Their personalities were completely different. "Can't I go with you?" Jiang Xingyi still wanted to accompany Jun Xiaoyao. "No need. Sister Xingyi, don't you trust me?" Jun Xiaoyao declined with a smile. "Xiaoyao, I'll wait for you to come back," Jiang Xingyi said softly. "Okay." Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Jiang Xingyi blushed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "When you come back, Xiaoyao, I'll let you do something more comfortable." "Something more comfortable?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a strange look. There was something in these words. The heartwarming night was over. The next day, Jun Xiaoyao left the Jiang residence under the gazes of Jiang Daoxiu, Jiang Rou, and a group of Jiang family members. He rode on a flying boat and crossed the void. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that there were many eyes secretly following him. "Huh, do you all want to watch the show?" Jun Xiaoyao sneered. The Jiang family should have completely blocked the news of him going to the eternal burial ground. The Jiang family shouldn't have spread the news casually, but in the end it was still leaked, and it even spread in the Huangtian mystic realm. Obviously, someone was adding fuel to the fire in the dark. If Jun Xiaoyao really encountered an accident, the entire mystic realm would know immediately. The Jiang family shouldn't have spread the news casually. Could it be Hua Yuanxiu? Jun Xiaoyao thought about it and could only think of Hua Yuanxiu. He might have secretly leaked the news, and this news could spread so widely in such a short time. Obviously, there was a force behind Hua Yuanxiu. As for what force it was, Jun Xiaoyao had already guessed it. The Wang family is really bold to dare to plant a pawn in the Jiang family. When I return from the eternal burial ground, I'll destroy this Hua Yuanxiu. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a cold light. Now was not the time to kill Hua Yuanxiu. Moreover, he was Jiang Chuhin's fiancé. Under the circumstances where there was no evidence, killing Hua Yuanxiu rashly was a little unreasonable. Moreover, he would also quibble. In the future, when Hua Yuanxiu exposed himself, he would directly destroy him. At the same time, he could also extort a sum of money from the Wang family and make them bleed. However, this was all in the future. Jun Xiaoyao only needed to focus on the eternal burial ground and find the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass. Let me, the Son of God, see what secrets there are in the eternal burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the wind and looked into the distance. Chapter 313. The eternal burial ground was a famous forbidden land in the mystic realm. It was not located in any of the 3,000 mystical states. Instead, it was an independent space outside the 3,000 mystical states. One could head to the eternal burial ground from the barbarian state in the far west. Jun Xiaoyao did not stop along the way. He passed through many teleportation formations and began to head to the barbarian state. As for those who were secretly watching, Jun Xiaoyao did not care about them. Now in the Huangtian mystic realm, no one dared to attack Jun Xiaoyao openly. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao was about to head to the eternal burial ground. No one would do anything to harm Jun Xiaoyao at a time like this, because in their eyes the eternal burial ground was the place where Jun Xiaoyao was buried. Therefore, those who were secretly watching wanted to see if Jun Xiaoyao would really head to the eternal burial ground. Or was it just a feint? Because the barbarian state was located in the far west, Jun Xiaoyao took nearly half a month to reach this place. The entire barbarian state was desolate and barren. Because it was close to the eternal burial ground, there were almost no forces or creatures stationed here for a long time. Most of the people who came to the barbarian state were fugitives, treasure hunters, gold hunters, and so on. Because it was close to the eternal burial ground, there would occasionally be various treasures and ancient scriptures appearing, attracting many people to fight over them. After Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the barbarian state, he headed directly to the border. Along the way, he naturally attracted the attention of many people. That is the Jun family's son of God. What is he doing in the barbarian state? Haven't you heard the news? The Jun family's son of God is going to enter the eternal burial ground? What? The Jun family's son of God doesn't want to live anymore? Some treasure hunters' eyes almost popped out when they heard this news. They said they were searching for treasures, but they were actually very far from the eternal burial ground and only moved around the border. Jun Xiaoyao was really going to enter the eternal burial ground. These were two completely different things. My goodness, the son of God of the Jun family is a ferocious person. If he can come out alive, then it's simply... Many people were curious and followed behind Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. Finally, a day later, Jun Xiaoyao's flying boat stopped in the void. He looked into the distance and frowned slightly. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be a chaotic space. It was like another world. A pitch-black wind blew through the void, causing spatial cracks to appear from time to time. A pitch-black region could be vaguely seen in the depths of the void. The surroundings were shrouded in black fog, making it hard to see clearly. It was clearly daytime, but the vast and boundless area was dark. The sound of the chilly wind was like the wailing of ghosts and gods. Disregarding everything else, just this atmosphere alone was enough to make people retreat. If they were timid, they might even pee in their pants. Is that the eternal burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. That's just a corner of the eternal burial ground. The entire eternal burial ground is incomparably vast and borders many immortal realms. At this moment, a beautiful figure in gray appeared in the void. It was Audiobook. She explained to Jun Xiaoyao. Interesting. I'm getting more and more curious. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Jun Xiaoyao remained extremely calm when faced with the ancient burial ground, a place that would frighten most people. He was even curious about it. Young master, with Audio's strength, if she enters the eternal burial ground, she will attract the attention of some important people. In order not to hinder you from finding the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass, Audiobook can only stay outside. Audiobook said. It was not that she was unwilling to protect Jun Xiaoyao in the eternal burial ground, but if she accompanied Jun Xiaoyao in, she would immediately attract the attention of many powerful beings in the eternal burial ground. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao would not be at ease to search for the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass. I was planning to go alone. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and did not mind. If young master encounters any danger in the eternal burial ground, Audiobook will be the first to sense it. When that happens, Ah Jiu will definitely enter the eternal burial ground and protect young master with her life. Ah Jiu's voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable attitude. Clearly, even the dangerous eternal burial ground could not stop Ah Jiu from protecting Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you, Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely, although he knew that a Jiu was protecting him like this for the sake of his father, Jun Wuhui's face. However, Jun Xiaoyao would let Ah Jiu know he was worth following. Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate and directly stepped into the eternal burial ground. Ah Jiu stared at Jun Xiaoyao's figure as it gradually disappeared in the cold wind. She looked at the eternal burial ground in the distance, with a trace of absent-mindedness in her eyes. There is a wisp of Master's aura in the eternal burial ground. And is he still guarding the eternal burial ground? Ah Jiu was a little absent-minded as she thought of many memories of the past. The 8 divine kings intimidated the immortal realm and made all heroes retreat. As for the people who were watching in the dark from afar, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao truly enter the ancient burial ground, they all sighed. Some admired, some praised, some watched the show, some cursed, and some heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone present knew, if Jun Xiaoyao did not walk out of the eternal burial ground, it meant that this era had lost an invincible expert who stood at the peak. And if Jun Xiaoyao walked out in the end, then Jun Xiaoyao's invincible legend would probably climb to an even higher peak. It would reach a height that was difficult for the younger generation to reach. Just as everyone in the outside world had different thoughts about Jun Xiaoyao's choice, Jun Xiaoyao was focused on the present. Endless chilly winds blew from the depths of the unknown void. Just a wisp was enough to easily tear apart the body of a divine fire realm expert. Jun Xiaoyao's divine soul perception was extremely sharp and could avoid many dangers in advance. However, even so, Jun Xiaoyao was not a god. It was impossible for him to avoid all dangers. For example, right now there were 3 gusts of cold wind blowing from all directions, sealing the space around Jun Xiaoyao. In this kind of hopeless situation, even a divine fire realm expert would die. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. He waved one hand, and an ancient armor appeared, protecting his body. Those cold winds blew on the ancient armor, causing it to burst forth with countless ancient and profound talisman markings. This ancient armor was a protective treasure that his grandfather, Jiang Daoshu, gave him. One could imagine how rare and powerful a treasure given by a supreme exalt was. Moreover, this wasn't all that Jiang Daoshu gave him. Since Jun Xiaoyao had entered the burial ground, Jiang Daoshu naturally had to give anything good to Jun Xiaoyao to protect him. Finally, under the protection of this ancient armor, Jun Xiaoyao charged out of this area of cold wind, and his feet finally landed on the ground. Looking over, even Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a wisp of surprise. This was a vast and boundless graveyard. The ground was paved with ghastly white bones. The bones of unknown enormous beasts were like hills that rose up. This was a deathly silent land that no living person could enter. It was extremely terrifying, and there was strangeness everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao could even feel that this world was filled with the aura of death. It didn't seem like a place where living beings lived at all. Even the exuberant qi and blood of his sacred body of the ancients found it difficult to fuse with the aura of this world. So, this is the burial ground at the periphery of the ancient burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao mumbled. The periphery of the eternal burial ground was a circle of burial grounds that contained endless danger. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have arrived at the check-in location, the eternal burial ground. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He was very curious. What good things could he sign in this eternal burial ground? Chapter 314. Ding! Congratulations to host. Sign in for 6-star reward, magic power immunity. As the system notification sounded, Jun Xiaoyao was able to sense that some sort of power had been added to his body. Magic power immunity. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a strange look. He suddenly stretched out his hand and used his finger as a sword. A wisp of magic power gushed out and pointed at himself. However, a strange scene happened. That strand of magic power sword light was annihilated and disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. A stream of information flowed into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He also understood the meaning of magic power immunity. This wasn't a magical technique, but a special ability. It was immune to all magic power attacks. Of course, this immunity had its limitations. It could only work to a certain extent and range. For example, if a supreme being attacked, even if Jun Xiaoyao had magic power immunity, he wouldn't be able to block a single move from the supreme being. Next, Jun Xiaoyao experimented again. He used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to attack himself. But in the first round, he was also completely immune. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was extremely powerful. It was one of Jun Xiaoyao's trump cards. In the end, his magic power immunity was actually completely immune to this powerful force. It was shocking. Next, Jun Xiaoyao used the Human King seal, the combatant technique, the Spear of the Heavenly God, and other magical techniques. They were continuously neutralized by the magic power immunity. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao used the immortal slaying sword technique again. Only then did the magic power immunity finally lose its effect and was broken. And how many moves did he use in between? One could only imagine what it would be like if Jun Xiaoyao were to bring out an ability like magical immunity when fighting an enemy. The enemy would definitely be confused and wouldn't understand what happened. This ability was very rare, even in the entire celestial realm. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't encounter it. Interesting. Although this magic power immunity isn't absolutely invincible now, it will have an unexpected effect in battle. Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied with this sign-in, and he also learned from the information flow in his mind. This magic power immunity could increase as Jun Xiaoyao's strength level increased. At that time, would the magic immunity truly become invulnerable to all spells? If Jun Xiaoyao could really cultivate it to the level of invulnerability, it would be heaven-defying. It would make him invincible. If the outside world were to find out about this heaven-defying ability, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Good stuff. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. The system wanted him to go down the path of invincibility and never return. After making some adjustments, Jun Xiaoyao continued on his journey. With a heaven-defying ability like magic immunity, his journey to the eternal burial ground this time was much more stable. Jun Xiaoyao continued to move forward in this burial ground. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao encountered some peculiar skeletal beings. Calling them creatures wasn't right because they were like wild beasts. They were completely intelligent and their forms were all different. There were ox-shaped, wolf-shaped, and human-shaped. Jun Xiaoyao made his move and used them to test his magical immunity. Then he found that these skeletal beings seemed to be using a kind of death energy. Of course, this energy was similar to magic power, except that it was filled with a thick death energy. Obviously, this death energy was related to the laws of heaven and earth of the eternal burial ground. However, the magic power immunity was still effective. Jun Xiaoyao killed these skeletal beings with a flick of his finger. However, Jun Xiaoyao also encountered some skeletal creatures that were so powerful that they were frighteningly powerful. For example, there was a skeletal heavenly beast. Its white wings were like clouds hanging in the sky, and it was like a floating fortress. Its aura had definitely reached the Holy Lord level. There was also a skeletal giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the dark clouds. Its aura had reached the quasi-supreme level. Facing these existences, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his vitality and blood and left directly. He finally understood why Jiu didn't follow him in. With Geo's powerful vitality, he would probably be discovered by the powerful skeletal beings of the burial ground before he could truly enter the eternal burial ground. After a few days, Jun Xiaoyao finally walked out of the burial ground. He had finally set foot on the eternal burial ground. As far as the eye could see, it was a black land. The atmosphere was still terrifying, and the world was still mixed with a thick death energy. Jun Xiaoyao's vitality was simply incompatible with this world. No wonder the eternal burial ground is known as a forbidden area for living beings. This is simply not a place for humans to stay, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. Even with the powerful vitality of a sacred body of the ancients, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Not to mention the ordinary people. Those geniuses would most likely feel extremely uncomfortable just by standing here, and would gradually grow weaker. Only Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients could withstand the death energy between heaven and earth. Where should I go? I have no clue. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. The eternal burial ground was very mysterious to the outside world. Therefore, there were not many records, let alone detailed information. Jun Xiaoyao could only take one step at a time, just as Jun Xiaoyao was moving forward aimlessly. In the sky hundreds of miles away from Jun Xiaoyao, a giant skeletal bird flew across the sky. A group of humanoid beings stood on the giant skeletal bird. In the center was a pair of sisters who looked 80% similar. Both of them wore moon-white robes and had exquisite facial features. They were very beautiful. At first glance, they looked no different from ordinary human girls. However, if one looked carefully, one would find that the sisters' skin was as white as ice and as white as snow. They were abnormally pale and did not have a trace of the rosy complexion of a living person. There was also a strong death energy in their bodies, especially the younger sister. The death energy in her body was so strong that it was about to overflow. Xiao Shui, we will be able to reach the Yin-Yang Soul Pond in 2 days. At that time, with the help of Brother Guqi, it won't be a problem to help you get Yin-Yang divine fruit. The older sister looked at the younger sister with concern. The younger sister smiled slightly, but her face was even paler. On the side, the creature named Guqi was a young man. His appearance was just passable. With a hooked nose, he looked a little gloomy. He looked at the sisters and said with a smile, "Sangyu, don't worry. With my help, I will definitely help Sang Shui get the Yin-Yang divine fruit." Hearing Guqi's words, the older sister Tsang Yu smiled faintly. Guqi's strength was enough to rank in the top 10 among the younger generation in the dark nether territory. With Guqi's help this time, it should not be a big problem to get Yin-Yang divine fruit. On the side, there were several elders from the same family as the sisters Tsang Yu and Sang Shui. There was a touch of worry on their faces. The competition for the Yin-Yang Soul Pond this time seemed to be fierce. At this moment, all the living beings on the giant skeletal bird felt a boundless vitality in the distance. What is that? What a strong vitality! Could it be that a natural treasure with vitality has appeared? An elder's eyes were filled with surprise. A hint of joy flashed across Tsang Yu's beautiful blue eyes. If they could get a natural treasure with vitality, it might be able to slow down Sang Shui's symptoms. Let's go and have a look. The giant skeletal bird flapped its wings and flew forward. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped. He sensed a majestic aura of death moving towards him from afar. Could it be a creature from the burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao looked into the distance. Chapter 315. In the gloomy sky of the burial ground, a gigantic skeletal bird flapped its wings and flew over, casting a shadow over the ground. Jun Xiaoyao stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and looked at the giant skeleton bird. Ordinary people would probably panic when they saw the scene. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. In any case, he would encounter the living beings of the burial ground sooner or later. He might as well come into contact with them in advance so that he could have a rough understanding of the eternal burial ground. The giant skeleton bird landed, and a group of humanoid living beings stood on it. When Song Yu and the others saw Jun Xiaoyao, their faces were filled with unprecedented surprise. It's a human, a living human? Song Yu, Gu Dai, and the others were extremely shocked. They had thought that some kind of heavenly material, earthly treasure that contained the essence of life had appeared. That was because the vigorous life force was too vigorous. Song Yu also did not expect that the thing that contained such vigorous life force was actually a human, a living being from the outside world. An old man sized up Jun Xiaoyao. Each of their faces were filled with extreme shock as if they were looking at an animal in a zoo. Jun Xiaoyao was also sizing them up at the same time. This group of humanoid living beings had pale skin that did not look like the skin of a living person. Their bodies were lifeless. If Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes, he would not even be able to feel their breathing or heat. They were like cold corpses. However, they were like ordinary living beings. They could move, live, and cultivate. That piqued Jun Xiaoyao's curiosity. This world was indeed full of strange things. However, when he thought of the heaven and earth laws of the eternal burial ground, the birth of such living beings in the burial ground did not seem to be something incomprehensible. "Are you from the outside world?" Song Yu asked. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao's face and was a little surprised. Ever since she was born in the burial ground, she had never seen such a good-looking person. Most of the living beings in the burial ground were extremely ugly and strange. They were like the scene of a car accident that was unbearable to look at. Beautiful girls like Song Yu and Song Shui were already considered rare. Even someone like Gu Dai, whose appearance could only be said to be passable, was considered a handsome man in the burial earth. From this, it could be seen how much shock and surprise Jun Xiaoyao's appearance brought to Song Yu and the others. Those who had never seen the sea would not know how vast it was. Those who had never seen Jun Xiaoyao would not know what it meant to be handsome. Not only Song Yu, even her younger sister Song Shui was stunned. As for Gu Ying, her eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of jealousy. Hearing Song Yu's question, Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. "I did enter from the immortal domain." "You're only in the reaching heaven state, but you were able to enter the burial ground." Song Yu found it hard to believe. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was a little low. Jun Xiaoyao also probed that the strength of this pair of beautiful sisters in front of him actually reached the divine fire realm. There was also that young man at the side who had even reached the late stage of the divine flame realm. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level was already at the top of the younger generation of the Huangtian immortal domain. Apart from those ancient freaks who had yet to be born, the remains of the great emperors, and the young sons of the ancient emperors, his cultivation level was the highest. And in the burial ground, some of the young creatures he casually encountered in the burial ground were actually higher than his cultivation level. However, Jun Xiaoyao had heard that those seemingly young creatures in the burial ground might have been buried in the ground for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, it was reasonable for their cultivation level to be higher. As for those few old men, they were in the void god and true god realm. "Did you accidentally enter the burial ground?" Song Yu continued to ask. This was the first time they had encountered someone outside the burial ground, so they were a little curious. Seeing that Song Yu did not seem to be too hostile, Jun Xiaoyao was also a little surprised. He had thought that the creatures in the eternal burial ground were all fierce and evil, the kind that would kill the creatures of the outside world when they saw them. "I deliberately entered to find the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass." As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he stared at Song Yu and the others' faces. If they knew about the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass, they would definitely have a reaction. However, to Jun Xiaoyao's disappointment, Song Yu and the others shook their heads in confusion. It seemed that Song Yu and the others' levels were still too low to come into contact with such rare things. Jun Xiaoyao was not discouraged. He did not expect to find it immediately. At this moment, Gu Dai said unhappily, "You're only in the heaven ascension state, but you came to the eternal burial ground. You really don't know how to write the word death." Gu Dai had some thoughts about the sisters, Song Yu and Song Shui. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance naturally made him feel a sense of crisis. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Gu Dai indifferently. Did he think that he would be interested in corpses? Although Song Yu and Song Shui were beautiful girls, they were still dug out from the ground. Jun Xiaoyao did not have such a strong taste. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's contempt for him, Gu Dai's eyes became even colder. To be honest, when he saw Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Dai really wanted to refine Jun Xiaoyao. The majestic qi and blood made Gu Dai's heart skip a beat. In the eternal burial ground, things with vitality were very rare. To a certain extent, Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients was the thing with the most vitality. Song Yu thought of that as well and told Jun Xiaoyao about it. "Do you mean that I'm now a piece of meat in the eternal burial ground and everyone wants to take a bite?" Jun Xiaoyao said. Song Yu was puzzled. She did not know what Tang Xing meant. "Don't you want to treat me as a tonic? Besides, there seems to be something wrong with her body." Jun Xiaoyao smiled meaningfully and looked at Song Shui. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's gaze on her, Song Shui's delicate body leaned against Song Yu. Her big blue eyes were timid and curious. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao point out Song Shui's physical condition, Song Yu also understood that this young master from the outside world seemed to have some skills. An idea suddenly flashed through her mind, and she said, "Of course, we won't do anything to you. However, there are indeed many creatures in the eternal burial ground who are xenophobic. They might cause trouble for you." "So?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. He vaguely guessed that Song Yu seemed to have some thoughts about him. Of course, it was not some strange thoughts. It was an idea to use. But it just so happened that Jun Xiaoyao also wanted to use Song Yu to gain a preliminary understanding of the eternal burial ground. "So, you need to hide and transform the majestic qi in your body. Coincidentally, I have a way." Song Yu's blue eyes flickered. "Oh, what way?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. "Yin-yang divine fruit," Song Yu said. "The yin-yang divine fruit." Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Then Song Yu explained to him that the yin-yang divine fruit had the ability to transform his qi into death qi. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao could perfectly blend into the eternal burial ground and concentrate on finding his target without being disturbed by the creatures in the eternal burial ground. And this time, Song Yu and the others happened to be going to the yin and yang soul pond to compete for the yin-yang divine fruit. It had to be said that this was indeed what Jun Xiaoyao needed at the moment. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the creatures in the eternal burial ground harassed him. "Young master, how's your strength?" Song Yu asked casually. "Not bad. Just barely. I'm invincible among my peers," Jun Xiaoyao said truthfully. There was no falsehood in his words. However, hearing this, Gu Dai and Song Yu were slightly stunned. Song Yu didn't show any abnormality. On the contrary, Gu Dai couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you're only in the reaching heaven state. How dare you say that you're invincible among your peers? This is the despicable creatures from the outside world," Gu Dai said sarcastically. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his vision turned black. A huge slap landed on his face with an incomparably heavy force. A loud bang was heard. Half of Gu Dai's face was slapped away. His cheekbones collapsed and shattered, and the death qi sizzled out. He spun 360 degrees on the spot and then fell to the ground with a bang. At the end of the phone, remember, Train of Thought Chinese Network, in 1 second to provide you with wonderful novels to read. All the bones in his body seemed to have been shattered, making cracking sounds. "You're just a living corpse. Do you really think you're that important?" Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent and his expression was condescending. He retracted his palm. He didn't have any scruples or restraint just because he had come to the eternal burial ground. He was still domineering when he should be. He was still arrogant when he should be. Chapter 3:16. Jun Xiaoyao had developed an invincible Tao heart. No matter where he was, it was impossible for him to suppress himself and keep a low profile. Gu Dai was completely dumbfounded. He fell to the ground and did not come back to his senses at all. His entire body felt as if it had fallen apart, as if he had been crushed to the ground by an ancient giant elephant. Half of Gu Dai's cheeks had collapsed, and his cheekbones were shattered. He looked even uglier. "Ah, my face, my handsome face!" Gu Qi shouted, covering his face with his hands, his heart filled with resentment. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he had a strange expression on his face. He had never seen such a shameless person. Song Yu and Song Shui, the beautiful sisters, looked at Jun Xiaoyao in surprise. Gu Dai was not an ordinary person. His true form was a ghost owl, and he was extremely powerful. In the younger generation of the Dark Nether Realm, he was ranked in the top 10. Of course, the so-called younger generation in the burial ground was actually hundreds or thousands of years old. However, compared to the other older creatures in the burial ground, they were considered young. However, Jun Xiaoyao had made Gu Dai so embarrassed with just a casual wave of his hand. This was a little beyond Song Yu's expectations. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had said that he was invincible among his peers in the celestial realm. Although Song Yu did not ridicule him, she also thought that Jun Xiaoyao might be exaggerating. The fact that Jun Xiaoyao could enter the burial ground meant that he was indeed capable. However, it would be a little too much to say that he was invincible among his peers. But now, looking at the extremely embarrassed Gu Dai, Song Yu felt that even if Jun Xiaoyao had boasted his identity and background were probably extraordinary, he was very likely the successor of an immortal force in the outside world. Despicable creature from the outside world. How dare you sneak attack me? Gu Dai's eyes shone with a cold light, and the death aura surged all over his body as if he was about to attack. He did not think that Jun Xiaoyao was very powerful. He only thought that Jun Xiaoyao had taken advantage of him by sneak attacking him. Do you really want to die? Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Song Yu stepped forward and stood in front of the two of them. Both of you stop. Seeing Song Yu stop him, Gu Dai snorted coldly. Song Yu turned to Jun Xiaoyao and said, "It seems that our eyes have failed us. Young noble being able to enter the burial ground alone. You are indeed extraordinary. I wonder if young noble is interested in the yin-yang divine fruit?" Of course. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He needed the yin-yang divine fruit to transform his sacred body of the ancients. Otherwise, Jun Xiaoyao would be too conspicuous. Although he never kept a low profile, he didn't want to be the center of attention wherever he went. This would also hinder his search for the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass. Young master, you can come with us to the yin-yang soul pond this time. If there are extra fruits, you can have one, Song Yu said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He knew that Song Yu wanted to use him to obtain the yin-yang divine fruit. However, Jun Xiaoyao was also using Song Yu, using her as a breakthrough point to understand the entire eternal burial ground. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and Song Yu walked together. He wanted to find out more information. Gu Qi's face was gloomy. However, with Song Yu around, he couldn't do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. Humph, what ability does a reaching heaven state have to compete for the yin-yang divine fruit? Gu Qi snorted. He didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to compete with the other geniuses of the eternal burial ground. In fact, Song Yu didn't know what Jun Xiaoyao's real strength was. But at least one more person meant one more force. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao looked too aloof, giving off a very mysterious and unpredictable impression. Maybe he could surprise Song Yu. After all, Song Shui's symptoms couldn't be delayed. They had to get the yin-yang divine fruit. After that, Jun Xiaoyao also got on the giant skeleton bird. He also asked Song Yu some information about the eternal burial ground. After some investigation, Jun Xiaoyao had a general understanding of the eternal burial ground. The entire eternal burial ground was boundless. At least Song Yu hadn't been to far places. The entire eternal burial ground was divided into 10 regions. Every region had a buried sovereign as the ruler of the region. The so-called burial sovereign was actually the name given to the supreme experts in the eternal burial ground. In the mystic realm, they were at the level of supreme ancestors. The region where Song Yu and the others were in was called the Dark Nether Realm. It was a relatively remote region among the 10 regions. Song Yu and Song Shui, the sisters, had never left the Dark Nether Realm since they were born and dug out of the ground. They were both from the Tsang family. The Tsang family was a famous family in the Dark Nether Realm. They had a saint king. This time, the Yin-Yang Soul Pond they were going to was a place of opportunity in the Dark Nether Realm. There was a rare Yin-Yang divine tree growing there. It only bore fruit once every 10,000 years. Every time it bore fruit, some forces in the Dark Nether Realm would fight for it. In order to prevent the forces from losing too much, they agreed to make the competition for the Yin-Yang Soul Pond a grand event for the younger generation to gain experience. Song Yu and Song Shui were going to the Yin-Yang Soul Pond. Just in case, they invited Gu Dai, who was ranked in the top 10 in the Dark Nether Realm. As for the reason, it was all because of their sister, Song Shui. She had a rare body of Yin evil. If she could control this body, she would be very powerful and achieve great things in the future. But if she couldn't control it and let the death qi burst out, Song Shui's delicate body would collapse and disappear. The Yin-Yang divine fruit could mediate the death qi in Song Shui's body. Therefore, Song Yu had to get the Yin-Yang divine fruit this time. Otherwise, Song Shui would not be able to hold on. Body of Yin evil. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Song Shui up and down. Song Shui's face was as delicate as her sister's. Her beautiful eyes were blue, and her skin was as white as snow. If she didn't have the death qi, she was indeed no different from a human girl in the outside world. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao looking at her, Song Shui showed a shy expression. If she could blush, she would have already blushed. Song Yu looked at Jun Xiaoyao and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Jun Xiaoyao knew what Song Yu wanted to say. His sacred body of the ancients could indeed alleviate the death qi in Song Shui's body. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not do so. He was not a saint, and this was the first time he had met the sisters. It was impossible for him to give his sacred body of the ancients blood to nourish Song Shui. It was impossible, not even a drop. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was cold-blooded. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was selfish. But his style had always been like this. It was impossible for him to treat Song Shui well just because she was a beautiful girl. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had already promised to help them fight for the Yin-Yang divine fruit. That was enough. It could also save Song Shui's life. As for Gu Dai, when he saw Song Shui's shy face, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. This pair of sisters, he wanted to have them in his pocket. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to help them? When the battle for the Yin-Yang divine fruit begins, you will know how stupid it is to pin your hopes on this human from the outside world. Gu Dai said to himself coldly, "Leisurely literature, let the soul travel." ==